Yeah, so I will recite the refuge and bodhicitta prayer. Then, even though you have already recited the praises to Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, but there's one verse of paying salutation to Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who is the source of the Dharma, who is the source of the teaching that we're going to discuss, and who is also the cause of refuge, or the ultimate guru, through reliance completely in the guidance of the Buddha, then able to drive the blessings of all the spiritual realizations in our mental continuum. So to authenticize the lineage, then also to have a stable foundations of refuge, proper reliance, so that way, whatever amount of learning that happens, or whatever amounts of the practice that we engage, directly nurture our heart, not just stay as a information in our brain, but it become a direct antidote to transform our mind. Then after that, salutation, verses of salutation to lineage gurus. Who is the direct or immediate channeling of the blessings of the three times Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all the divine, the deities, to our continuum, our spiritual continuum. So the Guru is the foundation of all those qualities, including of the common blessings, common benefits, like even to have a conducive environment to cultivate the virtue, cultivate the Dharma, to be able to spend a life genuinely purposeful, meaningful in virtue, and experiencing genuine inner peace, true happiness. through the heart of fulfillment that life have invested in virtue, life have invested in peace, in harmony within and with the environment. So very much the gurus, the spiritual gurus serve that bridge from us to the Buddhas and to the deities, like including of like Chenrezig, the deity, meditational deity of compassion, the Chenrezig, in order to develop our heart, nurture in the immeasurable compassion, then eventually actualizing result as the enlightened one, whose main quality is compassion, the immeasurable compassion, and such as meditational deity like a Manjushri, to actualize the wisdom that which will result the wisdom body of the Buddha. Through the intact foundations of guru-disciple relationship, intact foundations of the guru yoga practice or guru devotion practice, perfectly relying through thoughts and action, seeing the guru as a Buddha from our heart, and practicing in action the fulfilling the advice, fulfilling the teaching that Guru shares among us, which is the teachings of the Buddhas, the teachings that which is the qualities of the deities like Chenrezig, Manjushri, etc., like Tara, etc. And delivering the intent of the existence of the Buddha, and including the historical Buddha Shakyamuni, expounding the Dharma through the Guru, through the spiritual teacher, and actualizing the path, in our spiritual continuum, manifesting through our body, speech, and mind in the form of genuine peace, in the form of genuine love, genuine compassion, beneficial wisdom, and become the relics or the source of happiness of sentient being. Starting from within. Being a peaceful person, being a loving person, compassionate person, a wise person, and that very much share that energy, share that being with the family. Be the source of virtue, be the source of happiness, peace, harmony, understanding, respect. Then that, carry the ripple effect to the community, the town, the city, the country, to the world, to the world that we directly engage with humans and animals. Then, even beyond that, to rest of the numberless sentient beings, to the formless beings, like such as the spirits, mm, to the beings of the other universe. There are, numberless billion folds of universe that exist where there is a numberless sentient beings reside. Through that basic value of the blessings of the Guru, blessings of the Buddha, blessings of the deity, manifesting all the way up to altruistic kind of person, altruistic person that which is it is a main characteristic of that being is having a bodhicitta heart, having the altruistic wisdom. So then oneself, really become the embodiment, ambassador, representative, or actually oneself as a guru, oneself as a Buddha, oneself as a deity, oneself literally inseparable of generosity, Buddha of compassion, inseparable from the Manjushri, Buddha of wisdom, inseparable from the Tara, Buddha of activities. So very much in order to really deliver up to this level of common and uncommon blessings of encountering the Dharma, like such as right now, all of us coming together for Dharma, for virtue, for peace. So not just for yourself. Yourself literally, benefited just by even hearing, just by even just now, just hearing tathāgatagarbha paragata parasamgata buddhi soha. You have already heard entire 84,000 Dharma. Just with that. Just with that, one received the benefit of purifying immeasurable unwanted imprints, negative imprints, and those of the impact of the negative imprints that comes in our, in our body, a contaminated body, the mind, the speech, purified without doubt. So those are the benefits emphasize the omniscient one, who never lies, who never tell false. And just being together like this, so much of consecrations of positivity in our being, through the basis of our body, speech, and mind. Then on top of that naturally happening of these purifications and accumulations of unbelievable blessings and a merit, if we carry a heart that which full force of inspiration that inspired by like historical Buddha and all the great masters like Nagarjuna, whose knowledge, whose wisdom that we're going to read through the Praises of Dharmadhātu. When we think of Nagarjuna's life, and similar to all those of the lineage of this teaching, the profound, lineage of the profound Dharma and lineage of the extensive Dharma, the lineage of the profound Dharma, like such as Nagarjuna himself, one of the key lineage holder, then fellow great Indian pandits, like such as like Chandrakirti, Dharmakirti, Ayadeva, Shantideva, Atisha, and Nagarjuna, his own lineage can trace all the way up to Manjushri. And Manjushri is one of the key figure among the Buddhas and among his manifestations of Bodhisattvas, the custodians of the Buddha's teachings to keep in this world due to the great holding of the Dharma lineage, both in the learning tradition as well as the traditions or the lineage of the realization up to today, whose manifestations, channeled through this great Tibetan, Mahasiddhas, like such as those great Kadamba masters like Geshe Tromtenpa, Chengawa, Sharawa, Podowa, Langbe Tamba, Tongme Sangbo, etc. Then Lama Tsongkhapa. Lama Tsongkhapa is absolute manifestations of Manjushri, absolute manifestations of Chenrezig, absolute manifestations of Vajrapani, Riksum Gombo. And this lineage up to today, such as His Honesty, Fourteen Dalai Lama, and all your spiritual gurus, they into this the Laksam center here, the lineage, channeled through Geshe Lama Rinpoche, who is one of the greatest, living, lineage holder of our time, especially the non-sectarism Dharma, especially Lama Tsongkhapa's teaching. Then the extensive Dharma lineage. Again, all these masters, including of the great Lama Silingpa, then all the way to such as the Asanga and the Maitreya, up to our immediate, gurus. Is very much like nectar from, the nectar in the previous vase, completely pouring into the next vase, one after another, intact, not losing even one fracture of the wisdom and not losing even one fracture of realization, the impact of the Dharma, and remain up to today. So then this teaching, the Praises to Dharmadhātu by Nagarjuna, it carries the both lineage of the profound Dharma, lineage of the extensive Dharma, because it is main content of the teaching, the Dharmadhātu, which is referring to Dharmakaya, which is referring to Buddha nature, which is referring to emptiness. Then it is extensive Dharma. This particular text carries extensive teachings on method aspect of the path, bodhicitta, and all the 10 bhumis, the Bodhisattva's path. Then emphasize, greatly on the Bodhisattva's conducts, how a person, can live according with the altruistic principle, which are named as Bodhisattvas. You see, so this text is one of central texts, one of root texts that bridge between the Buddha's own word of the sutras, 100 over volumes of sutras, both which contained all the teachings of the three yanas, all the teachings of the three capable beings path, all the teachings of the four schools of different philosophical views. The ultimate intent, the essence, is very much through this Nagarjuna's composition, about 101 verses, serve as a bridge to all the later knowledge teaching that's shared by his disciples, starting from Chandrakirti, etc. Then all the great Tibetan masters, like such as Lama Tsongkhapa, who composed 18 different treatises. Among them, the main focus is on emptiness. Like even to the teachings of Lamrim, the wisdom chapter is one of the clearest, complete, and one of the root texts that can serve for many learners, to understand emptiness correctly, and relying on that, to realize wisdom of emptiness, relying on that, just like Lama Tsongkhapa himself caused himself through that one lifetime enlightenment, one enlightenment within one brief lifetime. So we too, relying on these teachings, we have the same potential, we have the same opportunity, So therefore, it's such a amazing text. So therefore, just anybody able to kind of access to such texts, such learning, and if we manage to not just learn the intellectual knowledge, but then we try, if we create an environment to receive a blessing as an instruction, directly purify our mind and realize the realization from the path, and that will be really amazing. So that's the main reason why do this refreshing of the refuge and generating bodhicitta motivation. Mm, um, mm, mm. And then paying salutation to the source, the Buddha himself, and paying salutation to all the lineage masters, So, so that way we create the necessary conditions, to able to achieve the maximum benefit. Mm. So therefore, our heart get inspired by just thinking of the Nagarjuna. Even Shakyamuni Buddha have spoken great treatise on the actual Dharma, which is the wisdom of emptiness. But if Nagarjuna didn't study them and didn't actualize the realization, himself becoming the proof to validate the Buddha's teaching on emptiness, he will not, bring up there's so many treatises such as these texts, and how many beings up to today, just think of those of the even to be able to count the 84 Mahasiddhas of India, 17 Pandits of the India, and these great Kadamba masters, including Lama Tsongkhapa, Milarepa, Marba, etc. They have actualized enlightenment with one lifetime, relying on that. It's unbelievable, inspiring. Beside how many beings change their life from non-virtue to virtue, those who have not entered into the path, to cause them to enter into the path. Those who are abiding in ordinary path, but then cause them to actualize the altruistic path and travel, stages by stages of the Bodhisattva path and enlightenment. So it's a really, really inspiring. So your heart get inspired, or then dedicate one's entire life, and especially this whole human, precious human life, and this very year, this very month, this very 2 days of time together, and this very session to be most beneficial in the service of numberless sentient beings, temporary happiness up to the ultimate happiness of enlightenment. be most beneficial in the service, in the preservations of the Dharma, in particularly the teaching on the wisdom of emptiness and teaching on the altruistic practice of the bodhicitta and altruistic wisdom and altruistic attitude. Yeah, so then your heart filled with the sense of joy, knowing this, It's very much like a miracle happened, in the midst of so many other things to do, so many other distractions in our holy life. Mm. Mhm. And like today, look at the weather; it's so beautiful. The temperature is perfect, right? Then right in front of your door or in front of your few steps away, beautiful, what's it, lake, right? The river or lake, beautiful lake. Then beautiful mountains, beautiful flowers. It's the best hiking day, best serving day, best picnic day in the garden, right? But then, you very much kind of pull you out to be in the Dharma environment, to do a discourse. No, not easy to happen that. Not easy to happen that. Is maybe harder than a miracle. Miracle can happen many ways, but this is harder than that. Yeah, so there's a great merit behind the reason, and which have actually accumulated for many lifetimes before. So that has to acknowledge, and also yourself, carrying great deals of mindfulness to able to make this possible in the midst of so many responsibilities, so many distractions. You see, and in many ways, for the samsaric mind, for the samsaric body, this human body, samsaric body, right? Feel much more comfortable in the park than in the center. Feel even for the samsaric mind, conceptual mind, you will feel much more comfortable hiking or just watching the beach, the river, flowers. Even for the emotional mind, can be quite stressful sometimes. And physically, now you're squashing, everybody's squashing like that. Like in the monastery, all the monks squash each other, so and cross leg, not easy, right? So but you choose to do that, then just out there stretch leg upward to the sky. With that, put inside the ground, whatever you want to do, so this you choose, that decision is not a simple decision. Not a simple decision. It didn't happen. It didn't just happen like that. There's so many factors, and all those factors we understand as a blessing. We have to understand as a blessing. And it is blessing is so amazing that it not only bring a lot of protection for now, but also a lot of goodness in the future time, and including of the ultimate goodness of liberations and enlightenment. You see, so these are not just kind of like religious kind of words. So this is a fact. This is how karma works, how merit works. You see, karma or the merits all these are not a religious name, even though it sounds like it's like you hear using in the religious conversation, but karma is just cause and effect. Everything is cause and effect. You know, yeah. In order to have a delicious lunch, you need to create a cause of cooking, right? You need to be a good cook, then prepare good food, then you can enjoy the good lunch, right? But so without that cause and condition, no good lunch. Yeah, without the cause and condition of our parents, we won't be just pop up here. You know, we didn't drop from the sky. It's someone created us, right? So our parent as the cause and condition. So therefore, everything is cause and condition, and cause and conditions, karma are so subtle that only Buddha could understand those of the details. So we roughly kind of understand, uh, what kind of experiences our life belong to, even though we don't know exactly what it is, what is that. So therefore, anything about time for virtue or dharma, then it has to be merit. So we have to acknowledge that, I do have so much merit. I do have so much merit. My past life, have worked so hard for many eons of lifetime, just to be born in the time of the fortunate era of Shakyamuni Buddha's time in this world, and the time where Buddha have expounded complete Dharma, not just partial Dharma. 1,000 fortunate Buddhas, two or three, mostly they expound only sutra. Even they expound tantra, but only the earlier tantra, not high school tantra. So how important that we are to be born during the time of the complete Dharma, sutra and tantra. Because if we have the complete teachings of the tantra on the basis of all the sutras, then there gives us the tools to actualize enlightenment one brief lifetime. Not even need to extend the life, one brief, whatever life span that we have, 1 day, 2 days, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, whatever, it put us in a position that it's just enough to complete the entire path. And that's not easy for us to be in that position, so it's unbelievable. Then that too, mm, mm, it is not just how to say, the potential has to gather from outside. It is a pre-existing potential. This is the topic of the teaching. The Dharmadhātu, the Buddha nature, is pre-existent. Pre-existent within us. In fact, our wholeness of being, who we are, actually is Buddha being. Our true being is actually sameness as a Buddha. We are innately born as being Buddha. All the limitations of samsara, including these delusions, ignorance, defilements, including of the samsaric aggregates, come after or come later the time comparing to our origin. So therefore, the seeds of the Buddha, the potential of the Buddha, the Dharmadhātu, is already there. But at the moment, the Dharmadhātu or the seed of the enlightenment or the Buddha being is very much like kind of put into a metal box and lock it. So its potential is there, but cannot grow. So you need to plant. If a potential seed, if you just put it inside the box, never plant in the ground, the seed won't grow, right? So similarly, the Buddha potential, the Buddha seed, the Buddha potential need to plant, need to how to say, cultivate. then that seed will grow all the way up to its fruition, just like how farmers do cultivate the seed, similar way. And the way to do that is, starting from the practice of refuge, taking refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha. So taking refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha is very much like understood as the actual point of planting that potential seed onto the ground. Then, in order to clear all the obstacles, then purification practice. One of the key exercise that we do in the name of practicing Dharma falls into two. One is purification, and another one is accumulations of the merit. Why we do purification, why we do accumulations of merit, is to nurture the seed, the Buddha potential within. In order to grow steadily, all the obstacles on the path need to clear away. And in order to grow the seed, you also need to have all the conducive environment along the path. Just like the seed on the ground, you need to take away all the pebbles and all the weeds, how the farmer does. Then you plant timely in the water, fertilizer, etc. That the merit is the one it serves that purpose. Or then you need to harvest then ultimately the fruit is fruition, but you don't harvest it, and you cannot enjoy. So then that is very much called the intake Guru Yoga practices, which will put yourself in the position to enjoy the spiritual benefits, enjoy the nectar, including of stages of the realization on the path, including of the Buddhahood. That's the fruit. The fruit can enjoy from very beginning, even in the first day level, such as the moment you plant the seed, the moment sprout come out, it's so nice, isn't it? It didn't go away, just one sprout is like, wow, amazing, And nowadays, immediately, I would do immediately take the photo, camera and take a picture. So happy, So that's a fruit also. So just realizing that there's expressions of that Buddha nature in me. What's happening here is expressions of Buddha nature is already sprout. It's in the form of sprout. I think our SPC will go around and take pictures. So this is exactly yesterday I saw he go take picture. It's like a sprout. Then you take picture, enjoy, then show to people. See. So like that. So it's a similar way. So then another thing is, you see, you realize whatever I'm saying before, how fortunate we are, blah blah blah, how much accumulated merit. I'm sure everybody feels some happiness, right? Feel good, right? I didn't say, you're a disaster, If I say like that, then maybe not right. But I was saying quite good things, right? Up to now. So you feel, okay, yes, yeah, possible. And at least think like possible. Even not 100% maybe like that, possible. So you feel good. That's like sprout, like that. You see, you start to have a slightly more relaxed. The nervous system become more relaxed, more gentle, more smiling, But you have no choice, Even you don't want to smile also, it's something like that. That's the sprout. So now, when you go back home this evening, you show the sprout to your family. See, when you go back, you're more relaxed, you're more understanding. Whatever comes out from your mouth is like more auspicious. It's like more loving, more gentle. If there's some stress going on, oh wow, you come back like you already forgiven me. Oh, you understood now. If any of you are lazy one, then when you go back, it's like immediately go and like mop the floor or like say, today I will cook the dinner, As the whole day went out, but then still like so much energy that I want to prepare dinner for all family. Wow, amazing, right? I think who won't be pleased? Your wife or your children or your husband or and everybody will be pleased. You see, and that is like the sprout is there, and now you share with others, with that picture. You see, so wonderful, you see. So this has to happen, and this we have to enjoy immediately, and not like wait until, I don't know, end of the life, or wait maybe tomorrow, or wait a few countless eons life later, then only enjoy, the benefit of Dharma. No, right here we have to enjoy it, and right here there is a benefit, so we need to know that, like that. So then you see, and carry on that awareness, that yeah, carry on that respect of knowing, all this greatness that is in me. So that way, whoever you encounter, like you have a wisdom, you have a right attitude, right wisdom, right attitude that will manifest into so much peace, so much respect, so much understanding. It's like Dharma is like kind of shining out from your body, speech, and mind, in the words, in the physical gesture, in your heart, or even you don't speak, because internally you are so harmonious, so peaceful with the virtue, the Dharma. Other people can feel it. Other people get affected. You see, these are the result that we need to enjoy. And this is called, if we live like that, then this is called enjoy the life with the Dharma, enjoy the life with the virtue, and that's the really true meaning of life. Yeah, true meaning of life, and it will progress like greater and greater and greater like that. You see, so it's so important that we need to know how to pull out from too much of samsara, from too much of the worldly matters, like never finish one. The more you do, the more it become. So that's why, yeah. So like that. So okay. So yeah, refuge prayer. Okay. Sangye chödang zoye chönam la chanchu padu dani kya sonje daji chöshe gebe sonam dola benje sangye drubarai sho sangye chödang zoye chönam la chanchu padu dani kya sonje daji chöshe gebe sonam ge dola benje sangye drubarai sho sangye chödang zoye chönam la chanchu padu dani kya 다지 주제 제베 소남지 돌아 벤제 상게 도바라이쇼 강게 도제네 손에 다와 담제 방배치를 담배주네 된제 공담 대라 차체 동니 니제 손도 주베라마 제제 제주 강제 된데 그 차나 베모 된제 자소 소와 대소 다주 진제로. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Yeah. So yes. Okay. So yes. So oh, yeah. Very very happy to be here. And the center was. I've been to the same place, and there's many subtle changes, subtle progress, improvements, and the energy is great. So thank you very much. Um, uh, tester, and lar. I don't know, did I say correctly? The tester? Terrace. So I'm completely hopeless in remembering the name and pronouncing the names. Okay. Yeah. For so many years, yeah, to take care of the center and take care of all the members, all the friends, students, really, to take care of this mandala of all these great gurus like Lama Rinpoche, His Holiness, all the Buddhas, all the deities, and of course all this amazing thing, able to do so with all those individual volunteers, the students. And I also see, this is one of the center. I see so many youngsters. You see here also so many youngsters. You see, so yeah, that's this one of a very special energy here. So many youngsters, mix audience, mix sangha members. So and so each and every one of your effort, to able to even like today for us to enjoy this Dharma, like myself, you make my life so meaningful to just to able to read through such a blessed text, like that. So then, of course, Nina and Jeff, who is the very much the start of this initially as a study group, then now center, unbelievable. When I first met them, like so young, but there's so much of energy, Dharma energy, bodhicitta, all these things, like as I mentioned before, it just didn't drop, just didn't just not just happen like that. Many lifetimes of preparation, many lifetimes of accumulation, so practice. You see, so there's so many people, especially more than the people, so many other beings. Whenever we expound the Dharma, limitless beings, they hear, they listen. The humans, because of uh, the human the human mind, the conceptual mind, especially the human has a great sensitivity of the sensual mind. And very much the sensual mind function in relation to sensual objects. And the sensual objects are, yeah, so sensual minds are very much live quite intense and lively with the desire. And on top of that, we as a southern world human being, we are in the desire realm. There are many different realms, but our world is a desire realm. It is formed by desire. It is one of the most destructive negative emotion is a desire. And very much the desire is the main reason to lead to accumulations of karma, that the main energy of the karma that we experience is a desire. So main consequences of karma we experience also to do with the desire. You see. So and so therefore, knowingly, unknowingly, the moment we open our eyes, our ears, our taste, our feeling, and including of our thoughts, is expressions of desire. And the desire, unlikely than the ignorant, is very much, majority is more to do with excitement. And the excitement is a distraction. So the moment we open eyes and we see something, is expressions of desire in the form of like kind of like wanting, liking, and grasping onto it. Even something that we don't like also is expressions of desire. Because we like something, that's why we differentiate something disliking. You see, so not easy, as I mentioned already before, not easy to get attracted to Dharma. In the eyes of desire, Dharma is the most boring. In the eyes of desire, yeah, Dharma is like kind of, oh no, you know. Yeah, it's like if I want to fall asleep, then I should listen to Dharma. So it's very much like that, you know. So that's why sometimes people have a difficult sleeping problem. Listen to Dharma. You play the Dharma teaching, then quickly you get to sleep. So anyway, so firstly is the destructions of the desirous world, in and out, subject and object, that's so difficult to meet the Dharma. After you meet the Dharma, so difficult to inspire by Dharma, so difficult to get excited or like the Dharma, what the Dharma shares. So even you like it, you get inspired, but so difficult to find time. Well, even physically, you may find time, but then the mind just wander around, you know, and like the wandering will comes in the form of giving up, laziness, or kind of some other force of distractions, you know, intruding into our system. So even you manage to invest both time physically and emotionally, but then so difficult to experience the impact of the Dharma. You know, so difficult to gain realization. You know, firstly, it's so difficult to just even translate the knowledge into instruction to our heart. So difficult. So difficult. In other worldly matters, you know, the moment you see something, you start to communicate with your heart. Let's say you like something, you attach to something. So you even do like this. Wow, so nice. I feel nice. I feel good. And like that, you know. Dharma is like, yes, there's a lot of logic going on, a lot of conversation going on, but to feel here is another challenge, you know. So now, without feeling here, no way you really get the actual taste of Dharma. Without feeling at the heart, whatever Dharma practices you do, there's no way to gain realization or to become the Dharma. You know, yourself become the Dharma, or the Dharma teaching become, you know, your innate wisdom, not a conceptual wisdom. The conceptual wisdom is more like a brain information. You need to become a spiritual wisdom. Means anything to do with spirituality, you need to feel from the heart. You need to experience it. You see, and that experience is beyond conceptual kind of experience, beyond the experience of feeling that we have in our body, beyond language, beyond philosophy, beyond culture. It's like is really kind of emerging back into your original nature. You know, until that you cannot differentiate in any language, like very much like the water bubble when dissolved into the water, you can't differentiate. It's you know that bubble that you saw in the tiny bubble, once dissolve it, is all pervasive to the entire ocean. Even that tiny bubble in the ocean, when dissolve it, it is all pervasive, and you can't differentiate. Now, if you want to know where this bubble is, you need to apprehend the whole ocean. And it become wholeness. That bubble now literally become the entire ocean as it is whole being of that bubble. Similarly, you see. So like that. So therefore, yeah. Okay, now I got sidetracked. Uh, yeah, what I'm saying is that amazing, like uh, really to meet the Dharma, to able to practice, to still carry on interest. This is not a simple job, and it's done from beginningless lifetime. So like that. So I really appreciate, and yes, thank you. Okay, so we better go through the text, and so there can be many ways of discussing this text. Can discuss, can be taught like each of the word, each of the word stand its own reason to why use particular such word, each of the letter. Then why form such sentence? It has its own, again, its own interpretations. Then why form into that particular verse? It has its own meanings, to standing meanings. Like specifically kind of like highlighted meanings. Then the whole chapter, whole chapter has its own outstanding meanings. Then the whole text is its own meanings. So it is 101, I think 101 verses. Is no way we can go through that extensive way. And so there's another way, is just like, because the verses are also it's very clear. So we read, then offer the summary, the essence, and that essence is also something that which very much take as instruction. Again, not just a knowledge, but the essence is more like an instruction, uh, that which we can apply into our own practice. Uh, so maybe I think we try to do that. So maybe I would just read the verses, then give like little bit of a summary. Then if there's any, maybe we can also have some question answers, and we see how it goes. Okay. Mm. So praises to Dharmadhātu. So this entire text of 101 verses can be summarized in maybe these 4 points. The first point is the emphasizing that entire numberless sentient being possessed with the nature of the Dharmadhātu as their ultimate nature. So each and every one of us, one statement that we take literally what Buddha have said, and what Nagarjuna put into this text is, as long as you are sentient being, as long as you have mind, consciousness, then that we possess Buddha potential, and that Buddha potential of the Dharmadhātu is our ultimate nature. So our ultimate nature is not ignorant. Our ultimate nature is not a suffering. Our ultimate nature is not samsara. Our ultimate nature is not carry limitation. Our ultimate nature in being Dharmadhātu, Dharmadhātu is a synonymous with Dharmakaya. It is synonymous to emptiness. It is also synonymous to luminous aspect of the mind, the luminosity of our consciousness. And that is another word is called Buddha nature or Buddha potential or Buddha seed or Buddha being. So all these are synonymous, you see. Like yesterday during our short meeting, we had a little conversation. There's a interpretive meaning, definitive meaning to that particular usage of these different words. Whenever you use Dharmadhātu, Buddha nature, relatively you are referring to the nature of the sentient beings, the ultimate nature of the sentient being. The definitive meaning, it also talking about emptiness. It also talking about Dharmakaya. It also talking about the luminosity of the mind, or you can say the ultimate nature of the person. But relatively, that is talking about the nature of the sentient being, the ultimate nature of the sentient being, which is called the Buddha potential. Whenever you use the word Dharmakaya, relatively is talking about Buddha's wisdom body. Relatively, you are not directly talking about the Buddha nature of the sentient being. Relatively is referring to the Buddha's wisdom body, the resultant body of ours, Buddha potential. But definitively, Dharmakaya, the Buddha's wisdom body, is also the sameness, the Buddha nature that you have. The sameness to the nature of all phenomena, the emptiness nature, same. You see? Then emptiness. When we use the language, the word emptiness, relatively talking about nature of all phenomena. The nature of all phenomena is emptiness. That relatively we don't use the nature of all phenomena is the wisdom body of the Buddha or the Dharmakaya. If you in the literally, if you want to debate, we have a hard time. Even though the definitive meaning is the same, but relatively there's some differences. You see, so the emptiness, emptiness, lack of inherent existence. Anything carry the nature of lack of inherent existence is called emptiness. Which is the nature of all phenomena, and which is, in fact, sameness with Dharmadhātu. Sameness. It's the same thing. It's the sameness with Dharmakaya. Same thing. And it is the same thing and sameness with the Buddha potential. Buddha nature. But in relatively, if you talk about emptiness is referring to Buddha nature, then the emptiness of this table, the ultimate nature of the table is also emptiness, right? Then it is inconvenient to say that, okay, this table also have a Buddha nature. Relatively you're difficult to make sense. But ultimately, same meaning, you see. So like that. Now, from the point of view of the language they use in this text, Dharmadhātu, then what are the synonymous language that we want to say? All that mentioned before is the same thing, like that. So the second point is afflictions are advantageous, but not intrinsic to the mind or to the person. So including ignorant, how it sounds. Even how it sounds is very much like that's the whole thing from the very beginning that make us samsaric person is due to ignorant. And it is how it sounds that is almost like the birth of the Buddha being and the birth of samsaric being is almost like same time. there is a little time difference. It can be just a moment or whatever. There is a time difference. The being Buddha is the first, and even the ignorant. That ignorant. There are two types of ignorant. One is the ignorant that discussed from the 12 link of interdependent existence. That is a delusional ignorant. And the defilement in relation to ignorant, ignorant that in relation to defilement is called the innate ignorant. Or that it's just simply not being aware of the true nature. It's not delusional. It's just obscuration. And therefore, it's not called delusion. It is called the obscurational obstacle. That, in fact, is the reason why we are not Buddha yet. Even that ignorant is a given name as innate ignorant. It means from the very beginning, this ignorant is there. Means the moment we don't know when we came into inception, when we came into existence. Buddha knows, but we don't know. And we just say from limitless, we don't have a limit. I think in the human number that we don't have like any calculator to count. But everything has its own beginning too. Every existence has its own beginning too. You see, even emptiness has its own beginning. Emptiness, even though it's permanent phenomena, but permanent not in the sense of the non-Buddhist philosopher who believe is kind of like forever existent. Like emptiness of table came into existence from the time when table came to existence. But before that, there's no emptiness of table. So it's very much talking about it is ultimate nature. It's not from the point of view of being permanent, meaning that it's a forever exists before. And even emptiness can be end when even though emptiness is not an impermanent phenomena. Like emptiness of table, when table is smash, there's no more table. Then the emptiness of the table also gone. You see, so so this innate ignorant is still it called ignorant, but we need to distinct from the delusional ignorant, from the troubling or interdependent, the ignorant that emphasize from the troubling of interdependent existence. If we don't differentiate this, if we make this two sameness, then we have to then accept that arahats, then they also purify obstacles to omniscience. That means we have to regard they are Buddha. They are not Buddha. They are arahats, or even those who achieve nirvana peace, through hira and solitary path. They achieve nirvana peace. They achieve freedom from samsara and karma. It's because they are also freedom from delusions, all the delusions. They are even freedom from the ignorant. They have freedom from entire troubling. So there's no more ignorance there. That's why they are liberated. They achieve nirvana. But not necessarily that they achieve Buddhahood. And now what is binding back? What is holding back the arahats not achieving Buddhahood? Only one thing. And that is the innate ignorant. You see. So and that innate ignorance is just simply will be there until you are fully awakened of your ultimate nature. And when you are fully awakened, means you gain spontaneous and full time, effortlessly being aware of Dharmadhātu, your true nature, and that day you can claim you are Buddha. And until you gain that, the innate ignorance is always the reason. Even the slightest moment of interruption, not being aware, is actually you fall under the influence of innate ignorance. So like that. So how do you achieve, like total perfections of spontaneous awareness of, awareness of fully awakening state of the true nature, the Dharmadhātu, through perfecting the method aspect of the path and the wisdom aspect of the path, which in another word, perfecting bodhicitta and perfecting the wisdom of emptiness. By perfecting bodhicitta, you actualize Buddha's form body. By perfecting the wisdom of emptiness, you achieve Buddha's wisdom body. The moment you achieve this true body within your continuum of the aggregates, and that is the day that you manage to overcome the innate ignorance and you are fully awakened. So now, in order to really have faith in that and pursue that path, the second point is important. Any affliction, including of the innate ignorance, are just external factor, not an innate factor. So that clarity has to be there. Now, third point is the Dharmadhātu is empty of self-nature, not a permanent self. Even the Dharmadhātu, the Buddha nature, the emptiness nature, also free of substantial existence, free of being substantial existence, free of being inherent existence, free of being true existent, free of being permanent or ultimate self, because there's not even one single substance, not single moment, not single atom that you can find even within the subtle consciousness, even within the clear light mind, that you cannot find one moment that you can define. It is intrinsic, permanently ever present. So therefore, Dharmadhātu or Buddha nature is empty of self nature. By nature itself is empty of being permanently existing, substantially present. Then the fourth point is very much talking about how to achieve that fully awakening state, through bodhicitta, through training in bodhicitta and wisdom. And training in bodhicitta and wisdom is by engaging in bodhisattva's path. So engaging in bodhisattva's path, this very much, I think, from the verse 50 onward, is very much emphasizing focus on the teachings on bodhicitta and focus on how to progress on bodhisattva's path, like such as 5 paths and 10 bhumis, and very much the teaching on each of the bhumi, these 9 different, portions of defilement, delusions and defilements that you gradually overcome, through the tools of the 3 phases of experiencing the path. The first is we call firstly is like the renunciation, that which make you to enter into the path. Then while you're in the path, then you actualize 2 stages. First one is called parche-melam. It's like directly antidoting to the negation, whatever. Of course, first you start with gross negation, then to the subtle and subtle. And as far as concerned with the antidote, first you apply light antidote, then to the more and more, intense antidotes, so-called parche-melam. So first you directly get into meditative absorption. The entire the awareness is completely in the antidote, which is the wisdom. Meditative absorption in the wisdom of emptiness. Then an example, the gross self-grasping, to be eliminated. The moment you eliminate that, then you achieve the second, experience on the path is namdolam, which is the cessation. When you achieve the cessation, the next moment you enter into a next level of the path, or next level of the ground. Next level of the ground. So such as this exercise very much, start from the third level of the path. There are 5 paths. So this text is intense text. So no choice. You have to have this brief overview. So, we say part of accumulation, part of preparation, part of seeing, part of meditation, part of normal learning. So 5 parts. So the actual Bodhisattva bhumi start from the third level of the path, called the path of seeing. You can only manage to perform the activities of the directly, dedicated kind of purifications of the delusions and defilement happens only after you have the tools of the wisdom and concentration. So by then you need to achieve shamatha, and you also need to realize emptiness directly. Until you realize emptiness directly, you don't have a kind of forceful antidote to really manage to purify the negations, you see. So therefore, in the language of Lamrim, we call you need to achieve special insight. So where do we achieve a special insight? The first moment or part of seeing is the same time you achieve special insight. You realize emptiness. First time you realize the wisdom emptiness directly. Simultaneously, you also achieve the highest standard of concentration, the shamatha, in relation to wisdom of emptiness. And that serviceable mind carries very much like you want to chop one of the hardest log of the tree. Just having a sharp knife is sharp, what do you call a sword is not good enough. You need precise. Even you need to chop many times. You need to do to the same point. You chop here, chop there, chop there. You cannot handle, right? So the direct wisdom of emptiness is very much like the weapon, the sharpest weapon. But just having sharpest weapon is not good enough. You need very steady hand. And just steady hand and sharpest wisdom also not enough. You need the strength. The strength is merit, the method aspect of the path. So therefore, along this journey of the bhumi, the practitioner divide their 24 hours into 2 sessions. One is called the post session, another one is meditative session. During post session, what they do, mainly the 5 parameters, training on the 5 parameters, practice of generosity, practice of morality, patience, concentration, joyous effort, etc. That helps to boost the merit. In another way, that helps to strengthen the bodhicitta. And once you have a kind of after taking all these supplements, now your body is fit, then you go and get the weapon, which is the practitioner will get into absorption state of meditation. And what weapon they use? Wisdom of emptiness. And how they eliminate the negation? The shamatha mind, the serviceable mind. So unlike than any practitioner before then path of seeing, those who are on the Bodhisattva's bhumi from path of seeing onward, the concentration and the sharpness of mind can function together. Before that, you cannot. The moment you focus, you lose the sharpness, meaning the activities of engaging the weapon to the negation. But once you enter into the path of bhumi, then the concentration able to still stay focused while your mind is still kind of have the discursive capability. So that's how that they manage to really, progress the stages of the bhumi steadily. So that's how you move like that. You see. So so of course there are two kind of practitioners understood. One kind of practitioner is directly entering into the Bodhisattva path, and another kind of practitioner, first you train in the small scopes practice, middle scopes practice, especially in the middle scope, very much, the practice of hearer, practice of solitary realizers, uh, and those courageous one, those kind of understood as a smarter student practitioner, they directly enter into Bodhisattva's path. Those who enter directly into the Bodhisattva's path, when they reach the first bhumi, until to the seventh bhumi, their main negation that they want to purify is delusional obstacles. When they achieve the eighth bhumi, they achieve the cessation from entire delusions, including the ignorant. Means entire troubling able to purify when you achieve the first moment of the eighth bhumi. Now from right there, right after that, right very first moment of the eighth bhumi until to the last moment of 10 bhumi, they purify the obstacle to omniscience. The innate ignorance is the one that they purify. Then they complete the path and they arrive the path of normal learning, which is called the Buddhahood. So this is the journey. How you train. But there's someone that who choose to first train in hearer's path, solitary realizer's path. They don't engage in bodhicitta practice, but their main focus practice is wisdom of emptiness. So since there's no bodhicitta, like kind of mentioned before, no strength of the body, yes, they have the sharp weapon equal to what Bodhisattva has, because the emptiness-wise, same. The emptiness of the Buddhist, the emptiness wisdom that realized by Bodhisattva, emptiness wisdom that realized by hearer, solitary realizer is the same. Sameness. You see, even though philosophical different school point of view, they may give different names, they may have different assertions, but like such as the Pasangika Madhyamaka, and such as on the teaching very much the Praise of Dharmadhātu is based on Pasangika Madhyamaka, and whose philosophical view of asserting the ultimate goal is one. There are philosophical view that assert there are three ultimate goals. The nirvana of the hearer is also ultimate goal. Nirvana of the solitary realizer is also ultimate goal. And the nirvana or the cessations, the enlightenment, the Buddhahood is also ultimate goal. We call the Patyaka Buddha, Sarvaka Buddha. They all give name Buddha, Sarvaka Buddha, Patyaka Buddha, and the enlightenment. So enlightenment is from the point Bodhisattva's path. Sarvaka Buddha is from the solitary realizer's path. Patyaka Buddha is from the hearer's path. So what is the main negation they overcome in order to actualize the earlier two Buddhahood, which is, if we regard the three ultimate goals, is by purifying the delusional obstacles, But even though philosophically they view like that, but in reality, everybody, ultimate goal is to achieve Buddhahood, because one day everybody will become Buddha, right? So now, realistic-wise, there's one ultimate goal, which is the Buddhahood. Then now this practitioner who already did the training on the hearer solitary realizer's path and already achieved Arhat, for them, when they enter into the Bodhisattva path, there's no delusion to purify, because delusion already purified before. So from the first bhumi onward, the defilements are very much divided into those 10 bhumis in the 9 portions. But of course, since delusion is already purified before, now your journey will be faster. But then you may argue that, okay, then it's better for me to train first in a hero and solitary realizers path, then later you get into the Bodhisattva path, right? No, you should still, pursue to get direct to the Bodhisattva path, because when you the journey entering directly into the Bodhisattva path is still far more faster, because once you go into the hero and solitary realizers path, it's very much like almost like no choice. It's your end of the journey is too comfortable that understood that quite a number of eons you will stay in the nirvana peace. And that is very difficult to understood, that to wake you up from that nirvana peace. So countless eons maybe, or maybe hundreds and hundreds of eons that you stay in your own samadhi bliss, and you're unable to benefit sentient beings. So therefore the choices is still go through the shortcut, or I don't know, kind of shortcut, but also difficult path. So Bodhisattva path. So anyway, like that. Through bodhicitta, wisdom, and the Bodhisattva's path. Then the obscurations are removed and Buddhahood manifest. So this is like that. Okay. Oh, there's not much time left. Okay. So now the first two verse is very much emphasizing, the first verse is more paying homage. This is very much the tradition of the Indian masters and Tibetan masters, pay homage to the divines. One of the main reasons is to purify obstacles on the composition of the text, and also bringing the benefit out of the composition. And also through the homage, you will know what is the main topic of the composition. So these two verses also emphasizing the meaning of the Dharmadhātu. So it says, I pay homage to youthful Manjushri. So paying homage to Manjushri. Manjushri is a deity of wisdom, manifesting into the wisdom of emptiness, or wisdom of Dharmadhātu, manifesting into deity's form is Manjushri. The manifester is the emptiness, Dharmakaya, or the Dharmadhātu. So from there you already know the theme of the teaching is to do with the wisdom. I bow to you the Dharmadhātu. So even paying homage to Dharmadhātu means paying homage to Dharmakaya, Buddha nature. So from here, understood the topic is on that. Then I bow to you the Dharmadhātu who reside in every sentient beings. But if they aren't aware of you, the Dharmadhātu, they circle through these triple beings. You see, so if you are not aware of you have, the reason why delusion arises, karmas are committed because of firstly, you don't realize that your true nature, true potential is the Dharmadhātu. Secondly, you didn't play trust. You didn't take refuge to that. You didn't listen to that. You didn't have confidence in that. We place refuge in ignorance, right? Delusions. And the sign of that is like the moment ignorant demand you something, you are wholeheartedly in the service of ignorant. Let's say attachment arises, did anybody say no? No, we didn't say no. When attachment arises, when ego arises, you say, I completely submit to you. I'm in your service, like that, Then you will even you risk your life. You don't mind spending money. You don't mind, physically kind of hardship to fulfill the demand of the desire, the demand of the anger, demand of the ego, demand of the ignorance. That's what we do. We trust like 100%. The moment ignorance kind of guide us, delusion guide us, have we ever doubt? Never. We never doubt. We never doubt. It's like we never even kind of like, yeah, many things we think twice. Many things we at least like pause and okay, yeah, I should do like that. Here is like, okay, I'm ever present. Don't even need to call me. I'm present before even you call me. It is like that, you see. So so that's how from how many numbers, we say beginningless lifetime, we've been circling endlessly within these three worlds, sometime in desire realm, sometime in form realm, sometime in formless realm. And as long as within this circle, everything is suffering. Everything is samsara. Samsara means suffering. Whenever we have a form, we have a suffering of pain, suffering of change, suffering of pervasive compounded samsara. When we don't have a form, we have a suffering of the pervasive compounded nature of suffering, and we have suffering of change. Even though we may not have a suffering in relation to physical body, but we do have a suffering of the mind, like that, you see. So it's saying like this. So due to just that being purified, what is such cycling cause? This very purity is then nirvana. Likewise, Dharmaka is just this. Second verse, Mm. So it's just matter, it's like this, it's just nirvana and samsara. Absolute Buddha and not being Buddha is very much, okay. So very much dependent on, yeah, whether you're aware of your true nature and placing trust, taking refuge to that. And, being fully aware of it, you experience nirvana. If not, then you experience samsara. So these two verses, establish the main themes of the text, So the Dharmadhātu reside in every sentient beings, yet being wander in samsara because they do not recognize it. Here, Dharmadhātu means the ultimate nature of the mind and phenomena. Ultimate nature of the mind and phenomena, the empty nature, luminous, unstained. So samsara and nirvanas are not based on the two different realities, even relatively. Even relative, not just in ultimate, even relatively, samsara and nirvanas are not based on the two different realities by its own side. The difference is whether its nature is obscured or recognized. So you see, so this also is, which this text emphasizes clearly, but sometimes we thought that, okay, ultimately it's the same nature. Relatively it's not. You see, the one thing you have to now put it, to take note, relatively also, there's no difference. The only difference is external factor. Obscuring, external factor, like such as delusion, ignorance, obscured that relative mind, samsaric person. If it's unobscured, then it's nirvana, it's Buddha. So you see, it's like the nature of the sky. The pure and impure is not from the sky side. It's very much the storm, very much the cloud. When the storm is clear, it's there. When the storm is not clear, when it's obscured, then it's the stormy sky. Otherwise we say clear sky. But from even relatively from the sky point of view, there's no two, right? It's luminous. It's clear. So you see, so that meaning, this actually make us understand that Buddha nature is not just in the ultimate level, even relative level, we carry Buddha nature. So therefore, there's a two Buddha nature, two aspects, two faces. I don't know whether this word is right word to use or not, but like one coin, two sides, right? Maybe this like that. So the other side is ultimate Buddha nature. This side of the face of our being is the relative Buddha nature. So other side of being is Dharmadhātu, the emptiness aspect. This side of the face is the compassionate nature. Yesterday point out, the compassionate nature, the sensitivity, uh, even the attachment is out of that sensitivity. If we don't have sensitivity, there won't be attachment. If we won't have sensitivity, there won't be aversion also. We have this emotion ups and down. It's because of their sensitivity. If it's just this ultimate, the emptiness kind of, emptiness being, then the sensitivity is not possible. Then bodhicitta cannot be developed. You see. So therefore, so what is that relative Buddha nature? And you can directly say compassion. We are born with compassion, just like we are born with emptiness. We are born in the nature of emptiness. We are also born in the nature of compassion. We are born in the nature of peace. We are born in the nature of love. That's why if you develop compassion, the compassion can develop all the way up to the qualities of the Buddha. Like, compassion will become bodhicitta, then it becomes omniscient, the heart of the Buddha. But that all grow from this seed. And for this ordinary mind, how to detect that? And just the heart of sensitiveness, that itself is actually very valuable. But we kind of only know the partial characteristic of that sensitivity. And that emotional sensitivity, the emotional aspect of the mind, the conceptual aspect of the mind, only the gross aspect of the mind. Therefore, we thought whatever emotion arises, we only catch, oh, this is attachment, this is aversion, this is ego, But if you go deeper level, try to understand the whole picture, the whole characteristic of, that emotion, actually you will find very peaceful, very gentle, loving, compassionate. It's like no different than the Bodhisattva and Buddha's heart. And that is our relative Buddha nature. So in short, we carry that, the whole Buddha's quality. The only thing is, we don't know them. Yeah? Okay, so we stop here. Then we break for lunch. Then we are coming back at
1:30.
1:30.
Yes.
Okay. And those who are online, we're coming back 1:30. Thank you.
We have a lot of food upstairs, but we need, I think, maybe 15 minutes to prepare everything. But the ones who like to stay here, you can stay here, also in the garden.
Also, so the food is here.
Yes.
Okay.
But you're also free to go for a walk and get something else.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. So you need time for preparation?
Yes, 10-15.
10-15 minutes. The 10-15 minutes, if those who want to go prepare, if you don't mind or if you can hear, then we can do some question. Is that okay? And those of you need to go to the bathroom or walk, please carry on. But unless, if you have any questions, you want to, anything to clarify, you express.
What is the difference between nirvana and dharmakaya?
Nirvana and Dharmakaya. Okay. So if we relate the Dharmakaya, as I mentioned before, Buddha's wisdom body,
I don't
then
understand Buddha wisdom.
Okay,
What that means.
the wisdom aspect, like so when you enlighten, when you accomplish all the knowledge, you complete all the purifications of any limitations, then the continuum of your knowledge become complete wisdom. And that wisdom, the what do you call the emptiness nature of that perfected wisdom is you can call as a wisdom body. The attitude aspect is a form body. The nature aspect is the wisdom body. But then wisdom body also can be divided into two. So if you let's say Buddha's bodies are emphasized into four, then two wisdom body and two form body. But if you divide this in two, then wisdom body and form body. So if you divide into four, the wisdom body, one is the state of cessation from all the limitations. So when you perfected all the practice of 6 paramitas, and there's no more, like even innate ignorance purified, and you achieve that arrival. So that's called the Buddha's body of cessation from all the limitations. So this is the direct result of purifications of all the limitations. That also called Buddha's wisdom body. Wisdom here referring to the emptiness nature. So another aspect is the person. I mean, someone become Buddha means person become Buddha, right? So the person carrying unobscured mind, the mind that can see directly of the ultimate nature of all phenomena, either in many time or either in one time, or simultaneously or discursively, whether it's in meditation or post-meditation, or even in post-meditation, they directly abiding absolute clarity of knowing the entire ultimate nature of the phenomena in one moment. And that wisdom, that is now is the mind, that wisdom is called the wisdom body. One is just a cessation, another one is really expressions of the quality of the mind, the wisdom. Now nirvana, now this Buddha's wisdom body, also nirvana, but the nirvana, the term also used in many other ways. So we can say, if any wisdom body, then it is nirvana. But nirvana not necessarily has to be wisdom body. Because wisdom body here now we're referring to Buddha's body. So nirvana can be achieved by someone who is not Buddha. So nirvana is like tarpa. Tarpa in Tibetan, tarpa means like kind of get over, pass over or get over. So get over the limitations of samsara, or get over or get out of the bondage of karma and delusion, then that stage is called liberation. And liberation. So I think tarpa is like literally maybe with the word liberation. So that liberation is given a name as a nirvana. So then nirvana can be experienced many different stages, like roughly we talk about 3 types of nirvana. Hearer's nirvana, solitary realizer nirvana, and the bodhisattvas, nirvana from bodhisattva's path. We can also say the beginner level, medium level, and the great level. But from now very on, even before we enter into this part of these different trainees, we can also enjoy nirvana. Like just now, I was giving example. After you learn the value of Dharma, and you start to express that, and you enjoy the benefit, you're experiencing nirvana, but in a very small way. And to achieve those state of nirvana is filing up those small nirvana then eventually then you result to the great nirvana. Something like that. Okay. Any other thing? Okay, then we break for the lunch. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's like when you achieve Dharmaka, if I could listen, when you have Dharmaka, when you realize Dharmaka, you also realize Nirvana. But if you realize Nirvana, you don't also so I see it's like
Okay. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And hello to those online. Yeah, here. Okay. Mm. So, so earlier the two verses again can be summarized like samsaric person and enlightened person is whether it's ultimate level or relative level, very much is a quality of our own mind. Because ultimate level definitely is understandable, is pure, absolute, Dharmakaya nature. Even relative level, it is also pure. The innate being, the innate sentient being. Sentient here is, if you the sentient, the language if you use as a mind, the being that who has a mind, called sentient being. But there's another way of using this name, sentient being, generally referring to the being that who are not enlightened yet. But if you use the earlier language, then that which is in fact is the language that referring to the relative level. Even in it is relative level, the mind is actually mind that referring to the Dharmakaya mind or the clear light mind, the most subtle, in fact, the most subtle basis of our identity, which came from the past, which is residing now, and which will go also the future times. The basis that which serve the valid base to designate the living being. The living being never dies. Living being ever present in its continuum. It has its lineage of the past, and it will have its lineage of the future. Its origin lineage is pure, as no different than the Buddha. Then, subsequently, it was obscured by the inner ignorance. Then that somehow lead to a conceptual, hallucinational obscurations, delusions. And that makes samsaric being. And even though it is, it is for the conceptual mind, for the ordinary mind, it is samsaric being, but it's not an innate samsaric being. It is merely labeled samsaric being, merely labeled in relation to interdependent conditions, such as the external conditional cause of the ignorance and delusions. So now, for the future reincarnations, can get worse or can get better, and it is very much dependent on the external factor. When the delusions are unpurified, and on top of that, even accumulate more delusions, that being can be reincarnated even as a hell being, even worse than the samsaric human being. But then even how lower rebirth we obtain, since even in relative level, or the hell being in the relative level is not inherently existent, not substantially existent from its own side. It is just circumstantial, circumstance due to the circumstances, which are the outer factor, or throw us into such a rebirth. So therefore, again, if we manage to purify, those environment, if we manage to purify the health, hell beings aggregates, the hell being samsara, then it is continuum can reincarnate as a higher beings, including Buddhahood. You see, so in short, it's truly understandable that when the Dharmakaya nature, our true being, is obscured, and then samsara and samsaric being. When the true nature or the Dharmakaya is unobscured, then we are in the state of nirvana, or we are Buddha being, like that. So even in our day-to-day life, whether you want to be a good person or bad person is dependent on the quality of your mind. If you are adorned with the anger, you're a bad person. You are adorned with the circumstances of being patient, compassionate, you're a good person. So literally very much, whether want to be a good person, bad person, helpful person, harmful person, you want to be Buddha or samsari person, is in your hand. Is in our hand. Even doesn't matter that we're carrying this past karmic resultant contaminated body and contaminated mind, and because that is just one tiny fractions of rest of the characteristic we carries. That's just one tiny dot. So that's why it is so wonderful that the Buddhahood is whether you're aware of that Dharmadhātu or not, whether you are fully awakened, knowledge of the Dharmadhātu or not. Because at the moment we are completely sidetracked. We spot that tiny, tiny dot, which is unpleasant one, and we kind of stuck onto it as if that's the whole of your being. That's the wholeness of you. So when think carefully, we thought we have this human intelligence, but we think carefully, actually we are the most foolish one. I'm sorry to say that, but we can make rockets, we can make bombs, we can make all sort of things, but we didn't manage to kind of like, unlock, that blind, So something like that. But this is very serious matter. It is really something that we really need to think deeply, whether you call that as a meditation or not, but we need to think deep, think seriously, and has to make sense to ourselves. And there's a lot of sense to that, but we need to allow ourselves to make sense to it. Then we kind of like start to narrate new kind of story, new kind of introduction. You need to make a new CV yourself. New CV, you go to job, you need CV, right? New CV. Now the CV is all about the qualities of the Buddha, Up to now, it's just very superficial, samsaric, qualifications, right? So at least we need to every day should remind the new CV to ourselves. Your CV is actually this one. The description of the degree of having the degree of Dharmadhātu. Right? So in fact, this is the actually, the sound of the echo that we need to hear by kind of like, by how to say, through study of the Dharma, this echo that we need to hear. Through contemplation, and this is the way, through study, through contemplation, through meditation. What we need to introduce is the new characteristic of ourselves. Actually, 84,000 teachings of the Buddha, in fact, taught to hear this echo. 84,000 teaching. There are many different teachings. I think many of you are exposed to Lamrim. There's so many different subjects from Guru devotion all the way. Describing Buddhahood is very much is to echo this. And we need to kind of echo loudly and again that until that, like how the echo of ignorance, echo of delusion, that until that kind of like wholeness of you is samsara only. So that's why narrating a story is like so crucial, the right story, right? Even in ordinary level, you look at today's world. There's so many people suffer because of wrong story. The narrations of wrong story, unhealthy story about the world, about the people, about the politics, about everything is, this, what to say, even from televisions, they only show bad stories. There are so many good things people are doing, they never show. And we also watch the news if there's some disasters there. If there's only good thing there, I think people hardly will watch the news, right? So the news the people know, what to feed us, right? And now, especially in the age of social media, or many people suffering. Just recently I was 1 month in one university. It's about 80 students, 70, 80 students. They are taking the Buddhist course, how to say, for credit purpose. Yeah. And some Buddhist, some from Buddhist family, but some nothing to do. But one thing is same is almost 99% is like going through so much of mental torture. And one of my job is to meet with them, consultations, group or one by one. And every day what I hear is that my life is a disaster. So, and the way they say is like really, this is so disaster. But they look okay. So I say, oh, they say your house collapsed? I say, no. Then I say, you got into a car crash accident? He say, no. He say, or some bad thing happened at family? He say, no. He say, your girlfriend kick you out? Boyfriend kick you out? He say, no. Or I say, like someone scam your bank balance to pay the school fee? He say, no. But then you say life is completely disaster. I say, where is the disaster? And they say, I don't know.
Wow.
They say, I don't know. But I feel disaster, but they don't know how it's feeling disaster. So one thing is, after discussions and very much a similar outcome is, one thing is they don't have many story to tell. They have only limited story to tell. And that story is quite depressing, very narrow-minded kind of story. Very, very unhealthy story. Either to do with fear of uncertainty of future, or carrying, the stories of something happened in the past and just kind of unable to let go. And just like keeping them in the present all the time and just torturing them. And sometimes they don't even realize, even don't know how to say exactly what is that, but something to do with that, And there's a many stories. It's just because daily they live a life with the story, what it fits to you about the world politics, about this and that, until like you are so busy 24 hours, almost like 24 hours. It's very much like keep referring to those stories. Then the remaining time you fall asleep, and sometimes you even have a nightmare. You see, then first thing when you wake up, you again like go back to this, the similar channels, and feed you the same stories or stories something related to that until that it's like world is like that, only this much for you. There's no other possibilities. So the second thing is that they really don't know what kind of good story to think about. So then I was sharing them that that's where there comes the Buddhism is so, so important, especially altruistic knowledge about altruistic practice, like bodhicitta, great compassion. Is like kind of make your mind as ocean, make your life as infinite as space. It's kind of like this so-called that small person. The moment you know how to think the bodhicitta way, you suddenly reach out to numberless sentient beings, at least entire humanity. And entire humanity, you feel like they are your family, they are your friends. You start to feel like I have a big family, big friends, circle, like you naturally kind of, how to say, overcome the fear of loneliness. There's so many people suffer loneliness. You see, so many people suffer because they think that nobody care for you. Nobody's there for you. You see, the moment you express care for others, that itself is actually reflections of that there are someone who care for you too. You see, the moment they know how to think like that, it's just like kind of entire nervous system and entire consciousness start to kind of relax, be open-minded, and the world is like, it's quite beautiful. And that beautiful world is very much you start to kind of first time realize within, right? You realize that actually, it's a beautiful, beautiful mind, beautiful person, or if you want to say soul, in Buddhism, don't talk about it, but beautiful soul. And that lighting up within is kind of see connection, interconnectiveness with the entire outside world in a very, very nice way, you see. So that's why, like the way how we, even learning about emptiness is very much learn about interconnectiveness with everything. There's nothing out there is not connected to you, you see. And all the possibility is not connected to you. And when think about bodhicitta, great compassion, I mean, can you imagine, like if you knew that, suddenly someone inform you, I care for you. I always pray for your goodness. You feel so comforted, right? It's like you thought that nobody expressed, you thought that nobody cared about me. But someone say, yeah, yeah, today I have the opportunity to meet you and I want to express this and I care for you. So nice. Now, human being may not able to feel as like the animal would feel, as like the spirits would feel. Because human being, very much we function in the conceptual level. And that kind of obstacle for us to see through other people's mind. But many animals, they are far more innocent than human beings. That innocency feel what we feel. So if we say we love all animals, actually your pets, they know. And if you go around the animals, then they know. Now, more than that, the majority of number of living beings are spirits, formless. And the spirit is like directly can intrude to what you think. And the moment you think of numberless sentient beings, happiness. So for the well-being of numberless sentient beings, I'm not going to kill, I'm not going to lie, etc. It's like every being like feels so loved by you, cared by you, protected by you. They're your guardians, they're your companions, right? So I mean, if we start to think like that, it just opens our heart, So we was talking like this and say that, yeah, maybe we try it out. And it's working, even for, they are not even Buddhists. But this is something is like kind of common sense. And they never thought that they can think like that. They never thought that others can be affected or be impacted by just one person yourself thinking like that. They thought it's just like thought, idea only. There's nothing kind of like trouble. You see, so but the first impact of such thinking is they themselves. They manage to reach to at least one person, which themselves, and the next day they literally become happier. You see, so anyway, now again sidetrack. So yes. So therefore, all these good qualities, is already we have these qualities, we just need to use it. You see, it's like even Buddhahood is already we have. We cannot buy from the shops. We cannot travel to Nepal to get it. In Himalayas, in the Switzerland has no Buddhahood. We must travel to Nepal, spend so much money, and so that when you come back, your luggage filled with Buddhahood. No, like that. So it's just right within ourselves, but we just need to know it. Just knowing is almost like utilizing it. Utilizing it. And whenever you need it, you use it. Even realistically, you use it. You see, yeah, realistically, it's meaning when someone try to harm you, you behave like Buddha. That means you're using it. You're using the innate quality, your own quality. Now you're using it, right? And when you use those Buddha's qualities of like kind of compassion, when someone try to harm you, it's definitely going to benefit you. Definitely. And definitely going to benefit even to the harm givers. Even harm giver harm you also, the harm giver get benefited. You see? So this is so realistic, right? This is so real. You see? Okay. So now, verse 3 to 10. So this is very important. So verse 3 to 10 is very much to make us understand that the samsara, defilements, delusions are conditional factor. Even earlier I kind of like overview mentioned that, and this is again to remind it, especially when we read through. And in this text, very much illustrated with very beautiful, examples, very simple examples. But one thing that we need to know is that, the innate being, innate quality of ourselves is nothing other than Buddha, nothing other than enlightened quality. All the limitations, you name it, everything is just external, temporal, and conditional factor only. So this has to be like kind of like a mega stamp signature. And we need to remind that every day. Anything comes in our way, even like you're a bit impatient person and you've been getting angry so easily, even you burst into the biggest anger also, then you just kind of like tell yourself, this is just conditional. It's not my innate being. This is not me. You say, and this is not me. Get out, get out. When you're bursting into anger, you say, this is not me. Okay, don't. I must get out like that, So sometimes we need to like this. Sometimes like when some inconvenience comes in your way, sometimes not listening. So sometimes I shout. Like, this is not me. Like that. It helps. So it's like before that it's like, you say it's not me, not listening, So you shout. Or sometimes it's like I just like take a quick walk. It's like, oh, okay, feel better, So whatever method, individually may have all sort of method, apply it, There's no need to be the same method, but just make sure that, you have to get out of that trouble as soon as possible, Because we are full of troubles, right? Yeah, not lacking, any example, full of troubles, emotional troubles, environmental troubles, physical troubles, trouble in relation to money, relationship, car, whatever, you see. So, yeah, so like that. So the moment we let any negative emotion to kind of indulge, that's called meditation. One time, one more, you let it indulge, you become more accustomed to it, you become more familiar with it, and you will gain a realization of troubles, You will get a realization of the trouble from the meditation on delusions. You will become like master of anger, master of delusion. You see, yogic of anger. There's a yogic of anger, yogic of troubles, right? So it says, while it blended with the milk, butter's essence appears not. Likewise, in the affliction mixed Dharmadhātu is not seen. So very clear, right? Once you have cleansed it from the milk, butter essence is without a stain. Just so, with the affliction purifies, the Dharmadhātu like all stains. Just as a lamp that's sitting in the vase does not illuminate at all, while dwelling in the vase of the affliction, the Dharmadhātu is not seen. The verse 5. Verse 6 now. From whichever of it is sight, you punch some holes into this vase, from just these various places, then the light rays will beam forth. So it's, like that. Then verse 7, you see. Once the Vajra of Samadhi has completely smashed this vase to the very limit of all space, it will shine just everywhere. Unreason is the Dharmadhātu, and never cease it will, at all time without affliction, stainless, stainless through beginning, middle, and end. So, so this word is a blue beryl. So what I saw is blueberry. So it's a blueberry. Okay, so it's blue beryl. Okay, the blue beryl, that precious gem, is luminous at any time, but if confined within its ore, its shimmer does not gleam. Then verse 10. Just so the Dharmadhātu, free of stain, while it is obscured by the afflictions, in samsara doesn't shine it light, but in nirvana it will beam. You see. So this is the meaning of all the defilements through this illustration of example, external conditions only, external conditions only, not an innate quality. So using the example of butter hidden in the milk, a lamp enclosed in the vase, and beryl jewel hidden in the rock, like that. So the main point is the afflictions are not intrinsic to our mind. Anger is anger is not intrinsic nature of our mind. Ignorance is not intrinsic nature of our mind. Attachment is not intrinsic nature of our mind. It's just circumstantial. Like just as butter is already, presented in milk, light already exists in the lamp, and the jewel already shines. So even we are samsaric person, contaminated aggregates, the conceptual mind and the body, and the feeling and the conversational factor, but that doesn't discount, that doesn't limit having the Buddha within. Just like the butter, like already is a innate quality of the milk, like that, you see. So it's actually very easy to remember these examples and very beautiful, So these are the proof that Buddha nature is already present. Obscurations are temporary and removable, you see. So one thing we have to remember, that always how great obstacle it appears is removable. Even in our day-to-day life, how challenging situation comes in our way, one thing we need to remember is this will never last forever. You see, but the delusional way of seeing, apprehending any obstacle comes in our way is like forever going to remain there. This is the quality of how delusional mind functions. Anything to do with the hallucinational mind or the delusional mind has a nature of naturally exaggerating as a permanent. Something is a temporal, but it's, exaggerated as a permanent. You see. And then exaggerated as a, from tiny obstacle, you naturally exaggerate as a huge obstacle. Sometimes we feel like that, isn't it? Sometimes even lying on the comfortable bed and you have food in the fridge and just feel like whole world problem fall onto me. Just sometimes you feel like that just because of the weather is gloomy. So you cannot get out for regular jogging. And you just the whole world problem, fall onto you. And as if this gloomy weather is going to be there forever. This is how delusion functions. This called Tsumi Yijigi Namdo. So, this superstitious, the mind, the false mind, the superstitious, carry this kind of two qualities. So we can never trust. We can never trust our conceptual mind, and we can never trust our thoughts. And we can never trust our feeling also. And sometimes we say, you listen to your heart. You listen to your mind. Don't listen to other people. So for me, I would say, maybe don't listen to other people too, but don't listen to more. Don't listen to your mind. Because first thing, your mind is hallucinated, conceptual mind. Because we are not using our wisdom mind. We're just using this superficial mind, right? And from the point of view of this emptiness philosophical view of Pasamkika, all perceptions of ordinary beings are false. Make such a kind of statement. All our minds are false. Even when we are thinking about Buddha, also false. Not only when we think wrong is false, but even when we are thinking about Buddha, even when we are visualizing Buddha, also false. Because it carries the conceptual hallucination. Where the fault lies is we think dualistically. Even though there's no language, you may not introduce the language, but the moment you think by this conceptual mind, already think as an inherent existence, and that itself is ignorant. It's a false. The moment, anything you see, hear, feel is false. You see. So therefore, we need to always whenever thought comes, we have to give them one pause, not one thumbs up. One pause. Okay, wait. Yes. I had a very delicious lunch. Yes. But don't attach because it's illusional like lunch. Now you're using wisdom. If the lunch is no good, you say, oh no, today the lunch is, okay, pause. Oh, I had an illusional, quite an awful lunch. No, but we had a very good lunch, right? But illusional like lunch, So every experience is that, while we are still carrying this conceptual mind, then every thought we need to at least have one pause. And then you use the tools of wisdom of emptiness. We are not, we may not be up to in the level of meditative equipoise. It's a long way to go, but Arya Bodhisattvas, they managed to do that. But I think for us, we need to meditate to do that, right? But the illusional kind of view to the world and experiences, that we can do just by one pause. And even though maybe you may not feel it, but at least at least have the correct language when you experience things, The benefit out of that is you don't create a karma. You don't create a karma that infused by ignorance. That's the benefit. It may sound like not so big deal, but it is a big deal because you don't create a karma infused by ignorance. You create a karma infused by ignorance. What happens? It is result is samsara. But then that experience, even though it's ordinary, but you make it extraordinary. You make it actually, you manage to take on to the path of the Dharma. So that experience, that understanding of that experience actually become a path, become cause of liberation, So it's like that, one flip can change whole thing, So it's very serious. Otherwise, you're meditating hallucinationally, you think of Buddha hallucination, you think of Guru, hallucinationally, Yes, virtue, but it didn't manage to become a path. Can you imagine? Like in our life, whatever goodness that we enjoy in our life is a result of virtue, right? But it's still samsara, right? Why? Why? Because of virtue that we accumulate in the past to resulting this good health, long life, even meeting a Dharma, didn't become a cause of liberation. It's still to experience samsaric environment. And that because of the mistake of doing virtue under the guidance of ignorance. So in order to purify that, that's why we need to kind of like seal it with the 3 pairs of emptiness. We talked in the prayers, like we do dedication with 3 pairs of emptiness, like say dedicate on myself, the object, and the result, understood as the nature of emptiness. And this is so powerful just by doing that, right? But we can do in every action, in every experience of our this went off. Is it like that?
It is still on the Zoom. Maybe,
Oh, okay.
Maybe the screen.
Okay, then fine. I don't need to. It's okay. I thought it's shut off. So anyway, yes. So this is how to say. Okay, it's a coffee time coming. Yeah. So I'm still stuck here. So yes. So yes, but the essence is that the essence. What to say? Yeah. So really to take the knowledge of emptiness into our day-to-day life right now is to view everything as an illusional life. Illusional like, see, illusional like me, illusional like weather, illusional like happiness, illusional like suffering, illusional like family. I'm engaging the world, the illusional like world. And not saying illusion, but illusional like. So that carries great power, So that way, then the obscurations are temporarily removed. In a temporary level, remove. Due to that, then our underlying nature, always stay illuminated. Always it's very much like, very much, how to say, the Buddha is lively. So again, this is depend on how we think, right? So then, verse 11 to verse 17. So the verse 11 to verse 17, it discuss about the Dharmadhātu, the seed of Buddhahood, and describing Dharmadhātu as a seed of Buddhahood. So like that. So it says, verse 11, it says, if this element exists through our work, we will see the purest of all gold. Without this element, despite our toil, nothing but misery we will produce. So you continue to know. that pure aspect of you, the Buddha aspect of you. That eventually, is the real gold will shine. If you polish, real shine will come. And similarly, even though initially we as a Buddha, but now really feel miserable samsaric person, because we may keep reminding ourselves how samsaric we are, how impure we are, until we really feel like like complete impurity, right? As if that's the innate nature of ourselves. Yeah. So as I mentioned before, we need to narrate a new story about ourselves. We need to have a new identity. Otherwise, there's no stop to misery. If we continue to behave the same way like in the past, So therefore, it's like this. Up to now, is very much like our mental system is very much like. Sometimes I think like this, the ignorant is the president, like in a country like that, president. Self-cherishing attitude is like a prime minister or home minister. Then I think the attachment is maybe like finance minister. Oh, I don't know. So then anger is the defense minister.
Yes.
Then jealousy. What do you think? Jealousy, what kind of minister you want to appoint? You want to elect jealousy? Come on. Huh?
Foreign affairs.
Foreign affairs. Jealousy is a foreign affair. Very good. Yeah. Okay. Jealousy as a foreign minister. Then what? Depression.
Interior.
Yeah.
Yeah, depression as an interior minister. Okay. Okay. Health minister. Okay, who you want to appoint? Health minister. Depression. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interim minister. Okay. Okay. Social programs. Okay. Depression is social program. Okay. Then there are many, right? Doubt.
Education.
Yes, doubt as education minister. Okay. Ego. Sport minister. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think ego is sport minister. Yeah. Ego. Win. I win. Me only. Yeah. Okay. Now all the six root delusions already got position. Now the 20 secondary delusions, you need to appoint what do you call the second bench ministers, backbench ministers. Maybe some can be representative from Zurich. So one of them representative from Bern, then different cities, right? So anyway. So then you can have a big parliament. If you need more members, there are 84,000 delusions is there. So not short of it. You see. So now you found the Dharma. You need to become a very rebellious revolutionary, rebellious one. Not just like okay, not like that. Rebellious revolutionary. You see. So then you need to change the whole parliament, right? So now we need to change what do you call president. So who are you going to assign a president, a good president?
Wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom of emptiness, I think, right? Yeah, wisdom of emptiness, right? President.
Yeah.
Then prime minister or home minister.
Bodhicitta.
Obviously. Then love. So you have a love, you have a compassion, you have a respect, generosity, patience, concentration, humility, understanding, karuna.
Chandrasik as minister.
Chandrasik, definitely. Chandrasik definitely will get one post for sure. you know. Yeah, and we must assign Tara as one of the posts because she will deliver. Yeah, maybe interim, in the military or no. Yes. Yeah, that's the point. Yes. Okay, now we have two. I think we have to vote. So yeah, so Tara, I think Tara, if you appoint as infrastructure minister, I think she will make very fast. Fix the road very fast, fix the hospital very fast. So anyway, like that. In short, after now, our system is like corrupted like that. Now we need to change the system, and yeah. So just like good governance and very ethical, compassionate governors. So then the people will enjoy, right? Enjoy the meaning of life. Enjoy whatever. So it's exactly like that. We literally have to do that. We are very much at the moment is exactly. We are run by this very bad leaders, and we thought, we really kind of like fall under their lies. How ignorant lies to us. Like sometimes talk to us almost much smarter than the wisdom talk to us. Yeah. Emptiness has not much word to talk to us. Ignorance has so many language, so many methods. You see, so now, if we don't change this, our inner parliament, we will continue to suffer. But if we change it, that's it. That's where our progress of freedom happens. So just as grain, so verse 12, just as a grain, when covered by their husks, are not considered rice that can be eaten, right? While being shrouded in affliction, I don't know whether I read correctly or not, it is not named Buddhahood. You see, this is very nice. So then verse 13, just as the right itself appears when it is free from all it has. The Dharmakaya clearly manifests once it is free from the afflictions. Banana tree don't have a pith that used as an example in the world, but their fruit, their very pith, in all their sweetness we do eat. So banana is like no essence. In another way, once produce one fruit, and after that no. Like they say in some of scriptures, we hear the word plantain tree given as an ordinary virtue. It's like a fruit of plantain tree. Then bodhicitta, merit we create out of altruism, is like a great virtue, great merit. So this here talking about, in order to get out of samsara, then we cannot be kind of just contented with ordinary virtues. Like just being kind is not good enough. And just giving food to hungry people is not good enough. It's good, but not good enough. As mentioned before, just virtue will result, but results is still samsara. So we need to infuse by the element of wisdom of emptiness. Anything that infused by element of wisdom emptiness, then it become a cause of liberation. The fruits are limitless. Not only can enjoy the temporal benefit, but also ultimate benefit. 15. Just so, when samsara without pith is released from the afflictions pill, its fruition, Buddhahood itself, turn into nectar for all beings. So how many good things that in samsara, even you are like the, how to say, biggest benefactor, you have billions and billions of, Swiss franc, and you can feed the whole world also is limited compared to how much you can able to benefit ultimately, when you achieve Buddhahood. So that's very nice, right? How many great things you can do in samsara, it says not good enough. So you need to do the greatness that can result something that which is ultimate greatness, ultimate benefit. So that's why Dharma practice is so important. You see, so Dharma is so important. Mm. So again, when we say Dharma practice, it's not about physical kind of manners. It's mainly the manner of the heart, right? As mentioned before, everything's qualities of the heart. So you can practice if you really cannot. It's wonderful to come together like this, encourage each other as a sangha. You become sangha. You encourage each other. Here some are like 40, 50 years of practitioners. Some are great learned. I think some of you senior learned one come here for what? I think at least to inspire me, to teach me, to witness what we do. It's very inspiring, very, very important. You see, and also to inspire the newcomers to the path. You are like role model. Like you stay foot. After you met the Dharma, you stay foot. You stay foot up to date means you saw the meaning. That's why you stay foot. Because we beginner, we don't know whether we should stay foot or we should fly off. It's not easy to understand. What kind of journey ahead, right? But the human living practitioners are the example. You see, so like that. But then, if really cannot make it to come together, even you're alone, you're far away, we cannot practice. You can still practice perfectly. You see. So, but one thing is important is like we need to know that the real meaning of life is to practice Dharma. Because truly there's no essence in samsara. Truly. You see, truly. All the samsaric or if anything concerned about this lifetime's matter has no essence. How many great essences carry also up to 100 years after that finish? Like wealth. One of the meaning of people's life is to create wealth, become wealthy. Yeah, there are so many people create wealth, and before even they enjoy the wealth, they use the wealth, they pass away. How many? I think in the government, there's I don't know, but I think there's so many unclaimed money in the bank because of people pass away. They accumulate. Never there to charity, never there to make offerings, never there to use for yourself to learn Dharma, do pilgrimages, yeah, finish. There are many. You see. Some is just because of that is the essence, wealth creating even before they already passed away. Many like that, Some they build castle, before even finish pass away. After finish, stay one day, finish. And worse than that, if we are not careful, many of whatever wealth we accumulate, it can become tools to accumulate so much negative karma by our future generations because of there are so much fight, belong to who, belong to this, That's why in the Dharma teaching, it says wealth should divide into 3 portions, very clear. One is use now, meaningful, make charity, share with others if you have, make offerings, bring impact to the world. Then one portion is one portion is to share to the needy one. Another portion is to create merit by making offering to the triple gems. Then the third portion is to take care of necessary needs and also to offer as a gift, by understanding that death is certain, time of death is uncertain. When the death comes in our way, at least you need to throw the rubbish, right? What do you call our hope? Then nowadays, especially, I think very expensive, I think. So it's then whatever remains is as a gift for whoever take care. Otherwise, there are so much karma creates your hard-earned wealth become a source of committing a lot of negative karma like that, So anyway, so power, worldly concerns, worldly concerns is so toxic. That's the reason why we suffer so much, because of worldly concern. Gain, loss, praise, criticism, like wanting only praise, not wanting criticism, wanting only gain, and can't tolerate loss. So when we have a sense of Dharma idea, then you see no essence. You will continue to accumulate wealth or fame. Nothing wrong with that. But then you will, use meaningfully, and at the same time you enjoy happiness. Say like this. So it's very much like that. So our project of our life is for future life onwards. It says that in the Dharma teachings that if anything that the virtuous conduct that you don't dedicate beyond this lifetime, then cannot become Dharma. Anything that concern about this life alone, then it is worldly Dharma, is worldly matter. And that doesn't bring much benefits like that. Okay, verse 16. Likewise, from all seeds there are fruit are born that match their causes. By which person could it then be proof that there is a fruit without a seed? You see, this is talking about karma. Right cause, right result. Any result need to have a similar cause, right cause, complete cause. Without similar cause, cannot produce result. Without complete cause, cannot produce result. So if we want to achieve Buddhahood, Buddhahood is combination of wisdom body and form body we discussed before. So in order to achieve wisdom body, we need to accumulate wisdom. We need to realize emptiness. Otherwise, no way. Even bodhicitta cannot produce wisdom body because it's not right cause. It doesn't carry the same DNA. You see, like that, So if we want to achieve Buddha's form body, emptiness doesn't cause that, You need bodhicitta. You see? So you need the 6 paramita, which is the main tool to deliver this result of so-called Buddhahood, And it has to be infused by renunciation because Buddhahood is the result of the path. It's a spiritual result. So you need to have a cause as a spiritual path. So anything concerned for this lifetime's worldly concern, then nothing can become spiritual. Nothing can be Dharma. So whether it's Dharma or not is defined by whether that is infused by the wisdom of renunciation or not. When we talk about wisdom of renunciation, it's not only talking about I don't want to suffer, I want to be happy. The renunciation, even the smallest renunciation, is renouncing the rebirth of the next life in the lower realm. Renouncing in order to renounce that, meaning to renouncing karma. Like such as the 10 non-virtues, renouncing negative karma, because negative karma is the one to produce lower rebirth. So again, even the minimum, like even the renunciation of small scope is concerned from future lifetime benefit onward. So minimum that is required. So this is the reason, as I mentioned before, anyhow virtue cannot become a right cause for the right result of spiritual benefits. So minimum require renunciation. Then if you want to pursue higher benefits of liberation, then we need wisdom of emptiness. Otherwise cannot. Renunciation alone also cannot. And if you want enlightenment, then you need on top of that bodhicitta. Then verse 17, this basic element, which is the seed, is held to be the basis of all dharmas. So the Dharmadhātu itself is the basis of the seed of all the dharmas. Here, the dharma referring to phenomena, not talking about spiritual dharma. Basis of entire phenomena is the Dharmadhātu or emptiness. So now here, when we say basis of all phenomena, now we need to use language. Instead of using Dharmadhātu, we need to use emptiness. As I mentioned at the beginning, the interpretively, there's no contradiction you can find. Otherwise, like the Buddha nature is to do something with the sentient being. But here, which serve the seed or the basis of all Dharma means also serve the seed and the basis of even the rest of the phenomena. So through its purification, step by step, the state of Buddhahood we will attain. Yeah, so the how to say, the conclusion, the understanding of from verse 11 to verse 17 is the Dharmadhātu as a seed of all the Dharma. Not only seed of enlightenment, but the seed of all the Dharma, seed of all the phenomena. So there's some analogy, to make sense to this. The first is like, if gold were not present, no amount of refining would produce gold. So you need to have a gold. You cannot refine from the rock as a gold. Even though it doesn't look like gold, but it has to be gold, right? So this is very good. You see, if the nature is not emptiness, then there's no possibility of actualizing purity. If the nature is not emptiness, even the samsara, if nature is not emptiness, then samsara cannot be purified. Like if that rock look like the rock, the muddy, or like, if by nature is not gold, and how much you wash, how much you refine, cannot achieve gold. So it's beautiful. So if Buddhahood were not somehow possible within beings, spiritual practice could never lead to enlightenment. Then there's no point to practice Dharma. You see? So therefore, proving that our true nature is, Buddha nature is actually most important. That's the day when you get this right, that's the day that Buddhahood is possible. You will have that, okay, now I can really practice Dharma because definitely this will have a result. But if this is not sure, then it becomes emotional practitioner. When good things happen, oh, Dharma is wonderful. If something goes wrong, then, oh, Dharma didn't help me, Buddha is so powerful, he talks so much, but then I'm in trouble. But you know what? Buddha didn't help me, Oh, the emptiness can purify everything, but emptiness not purifying my hunger, my trouble, right? So the establishment establishment of conviction of our true nature, the possessing the Dharmadhātu is actually almost important as someone who really want to travel steadily on the spiritual path. So therefore, the Dharmadhātu is called as a basis of all dharmas, in the verse. Practice does not create Buddhahood from nothing. You see, it uncovers what is already there. You see, so sometimes, you think about this, it's actually one of amazing thing about the core essence of Buddha's teaching, which is the emptiness. and which this wisdom no other teachers have taught. Only Buddha have revealed that. It's straight to the point and very, very, very from the ground. Yet that ground itself is the whole thing. Otherwise anything we discuss is almost like from the side, not really to the ground level or to the wholeness level. So whenever we discuss about emptiness, then it's like complete. You see? And then really I think this is the reason I think where you can gain irresistible faith in Buddha, irresistible faith in Dharma, and irresistible faith in Sangha. Like, Lama Tsongkhapa's, praises to dependent rising. You read that. That Lama Tsongkhapa felt is, that is the illuminating his heart. That really showed the path. And because of that, Buddha is amazing. Not because of he taught other things, all sort of philosophies, or he become famous, because he taught emptiness. You see, and because of emptiness, everything's possible. You see, and also right there, kind of like when we discuss on emptiness, when we really understand the emptiness being, emptiness nature, and then it's like kind of you start to see Buddhahood is like very, very nearby. Is even is kind of like when we describe through the path and grounds, without the knowledge of emptiness, is the path and grounds is like climbing Mount Everest. But with the knowledge of emptiness, in the path and ground is like kind of like climbing, a stair from here to the first floor, like that much. Makes that much difference. So it makes sense.
Mhm.
When we really kind of like real reasons of emptiness, it's kind of that is like the ground, that is the base, that is our potential, that's already within us, and just need to do some cleaning from our word. It's like Buddhahood is like quite near, right? Maybe it's almost seems like before you reach home, it's already like you reach Buddhahood. May possible to reach Buddhahood before you reach home. Afternoon. Maybe before class finish, already reach Buddhahood. They say, wait, you don't need to talk about this for me. You see? And that happens, that happens. There's a story in Tibet that happens. One student was like really, it's like not listening for just knowledge. He's like a meditational guide when the teacher was talking on the emptiness, and purifications was rapidly happening because emptiness itself is the antidote to purification. And you need great wisdom or merit of wisdom. Emptiness itself is the wisdom itself. Merit itself is emptiness, nothing other than that. And before even the teaching session finished, he realized emptiness. But he was realized emptiness with a bit of shock. So until a boom, like that, so he kind of, the impact of losing all the grip of grasping, he almost fall back. He lose himself, and suddenly, this we call Tonga. So he happened to be. So luckily, this was hanging here. So it's like hook like that. So he managed to hold onto this, and he went back. Yeah. So even the reaction, he says, when he fall back, he realized complete empty of inherent. And when he managed to, like kind of pull forward, where he realized emptiness as an interdependent existence. You see, so yeah, so that's very nice, right? You never know, Yeah. So check it out. So then, So verse 18 to verse 23. So this one is more describing about the conventional Buddha nature, the luminous mind. So verse 18, it says, spotless are the sun and moon, but obscured by fivefold strains. These are cloud and smoke and mist. Rahu's face and the dust as well. Similarly, mind so luminous is obscured by the fivefold strain. They are desire, malice, laziness, agitation, and doubt too. The fivefolds, So because of these fivefolds, you're unable to kind of really see as a Buddha, even relative level. But if these fivefolds understand is they are external factor, temporal factor, and when you put aside or when you purify them or when you separate them from your core mind, and what you have is luminous mind, clear, cognizing, which is no different at all than Buddha's omniscient mind, Buddha's omniscient mind, like that. Verse 20. The garment that was purged by fire may be soiled by various stain. When it is put into a blaze again, the stains are burned. The garment is not. So like that. Likewise, mind that is so luminous is soiled by the stain of craving and so forth. The affliction burn in the wisdom's fire, but it is luminosity does not. So when we destroy, through the application of antidote, these five folds or 6 delusions or 20 delusions, whatever. When you destroy them, you don't destroy the core mind. You don't destroy the luminous mind. When you burn them or purify them, the luminous mind is indestructible. So I don't know the example how it works, but that's what happened. So in fact, purifying those delusions, in fact, it brings even more lively of the luminous mind, like that. So verse 22, the sutras that teach emptiness, however many spoken by the victors, they all remove afflictions, but never ruin this dhatu, the Dharmadhātu. Again, referring to the Buddha nature, both conventional and ultimate Buddha nature. So the one of the core teachings of the Buddha to able to fully awaken the Dharmadhātu is by removing afflictions. So like I think there's a caution was present to Buddha, because Buddha was like always in a meditative state, and he say, what is the result of meditation? And Buddha's reply was nothing. The only thing is that the delusions get less and lesser. So from this we have to know whether our meditation is working or not, is whether our delusions getting lesser or not. There's nothing need to expect, like kind of slowly emanating light from the body and slowly start to float, Then after some time meditation, then you start to see whether you can fly from the the step from the usually step by step, like now you see whether I can fly from first floor to step. You will surely break your leg, and so cannot try like that, So it's to checking how lessening of the delusion, and also is emphasized by the Kadamba masters, especially to check the most occurrence delusion. Individually, they may be different. For some is anger, some is attachment, some is jealousy, some is laziness. Could be anything. That particular is getting lesser or not, if that is happening, then meditation is working. You're doing right meditation. Even after doing a lot of meditation, but that is not happening. Some more ego is boosting. Some more become more difficult person. That means like very much the meditation supposed to eliminate the delusion, but then the technique become even a condition for delusions. It's like they say water is to extinguish the fire, but water is a flame into fire, then nothing can extinguish the fire. So this is called the Dharma pollution. Dharma has no pollutions, but the person don't know how to practice or don't know exactly what to expect. Then in the name of Dharma or using some tools of Dharma, then it become worse. The person can become worse. You see. So therefore, the mindfulness is so have to be there, present all the time. Sometime after practicing long time, but then your nature, the way how you talk, the way how you think, the way how you engage with people, becoming rougher and rougher and rougher. So that means something is going wrong. You see, like I think many of us, right, from the family, maybe you are the practitioner, you met the Dharma, but the rest is not practicing Dharma. Maybe some are free thinker, some are practicing other religious faith. So you definitely has to behave better than them. There's no choice. There's no bargain. Because the basic value of the Dharma, whether it's attitude of wisdom, and manifesting that attitude of wisdom in our conduct of body, speech, and mind is surpassed from any other virtues any other virtue, basic human virtues. It is much better. The human values are amazing. They're amazing human values. Some are so compassionate, so peaceful, so gentle, so kind. But once you really adopt the Dharma, it kind of highlight that. Even in the very, very minimal level, the basic level, you highlight that. You see, so we have to manifest that. Even it is pretending, you have to pretend. Pretending is meditation. Some say pretending. No, pretending. Like we are not deity yet. We meditate and we say I'm deity. Is pretending what? It's relatively you're not deity, right? And because the word pretending is we use in a quite a negative way, but actually we are not Bodhisattva, but we try to imitate as a Bodhisattva. That's the only way to become Bodhisattva, because initially we are not Bodhisattva. So, but we have to imitate like Bodhisattva. We have to talk like Bodhisattva, right? We have to behave like Bodhisattva. And you are not, but then you are doing it. And by doing 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, you become the real. You see? So therefore, we have to illustrate this in our family. Start with the family. And each time you get to go to Dharma retreat, Dharma session. So when you go back your job place, your circle of friends, it's literally they have to see some changes in us. Literally. We really need to see some changes. You cannot wait until tomorrow. As I mentioned at the beginning, the real listening of the Dharma is listened as an instruction, not as a brain food. Brain food is almost like recording in the tape record, or the knowledge, right? Some imprint there, but not much impact. Like almost like buying a lot of book and your bookshelf is like filled with the Dharma book, but then our conduct is like completely like far away from that. It's very much like that. So when you take as instruction, then the application happens. You see. So that's the thing. And our family members, the loved ones, workplace is the best training ground. There's no better than that. It's the best training ground. If we don't succeed there, we will never succeed anywhere else. If you don't have family, you're alone, then yourself is the training ground. Or there's empty space is training ground. Your empty house is training ground. If you're with a lot of people, that lot of people is your training ground. You see, so most of us have a family, right? So yeah, you could be just staying with your mother or your parents or your spouse or your children. And that is the where that you can get enlightened and free from samsara. And if you manage to illustrate the Bodhisattva's way of life in your family, you succeed. If that didn't succeed, and you go and search somewhere in third world country, it's emotional, not realistic, emotional. Because emotionally you feel good. You see poor people who are so generous, so happy. It's like, and because you're not going to be there for more than 3 months, like, even how difficult also, 3 months later, you will be kicked out from the country because visa finished, right? So, okay, 3 months, how hard also I can do it. I can be so generous, I'm so patient like that, But with your family whole life, no choice. And you need to master that. And that's the best. So therefore, your families are your guru. There's no guru other than your family, your partner, your children, your parents, your colleague. Literally, there are a lot of emphasis like that in the scriptures, but realistically like that, You see, your family is your meditational deity, I just shared with my friend just now before, my one of my auntie who's nun. So her father, old age, bedridden. So she had to care for him. And she is somebody that, all the time need to read scripture, the Panchaparamita Sutra. And when she didn't get chance to read, she feels life is empty, life is meaningless. So, but she need to give so much time to the father, bedridden father. And she feels so much stress. So she is showing tantrum to the father. And there's one habit of the grandfather. Her father is middle of the night. He need to be feed a little bit of wine. And also the wine, not anyhow wine, is like a homemade wine. And now she's nun, and she need to prepare wine for her father. That's quite, for her, it's like can't take it. And middle of the night, she just wake up and has to be exactly the same and particular way. A little bit, not too much, a little bit, and need to put a little bit of samba, the flour onto the wine. Then after that he go bed. So that's daily routine. So she feels so difficult. So then she went to consult my late master, Geshe Lama Konchog. And Geshe Lama Konchog says that that is the whole ground of your training on the path, not the sutra. So first thing is your parent, your karmic affinity, your father. This is your responsibility. And also is your karma. Okay. But not only that, just the responsibility of parent and children, you won't able to stop that tiredness, that expressions of emotions when he don't appreciate your service. You get angry, upset. So it says, your father is emanation of your guru. Is your guru. Your father is also your meditational deity, is a Chenrezig, and as well as your guru. So if you relate your father, bedridden father in that way, right there, that feeling of that you're losing meaning of your life will go away, and also the anger, the upsetness will also go away. Because just regarding as your responsibility as a daughter, is you won't able to get rid of that getting upset, and you will not get upset with your guru. You will not get upset with your Chenrezig. So, and in reality, this is essence in that. Like even we are talking about it, ultimately this is essence. It's about your how you view it, right? So, and then she has this kind of worry that because she don't have children, in the Himalayan culture, like children are very much like when you get old, they will take care of you. So Geshe-la told her that, when you grow old, you will have a hard time because of the merit you accumulated, taking care of your bedridden father, seeing as a guru and the deity. When you get old, you will have a hard time of too many people caring for you. And this is literally happening now. She is old. Now she literally have a hard time of too many people caring for her, serving her. Until sometimes she expressed, how nice if I just go away and stay in like just alone, because like everybody like serving her, taking care of her. It's a prediction. Or in other ways, that's how karma works, you see. So that's why, you see, yeah, so we need to see, we need to use the wisdom of the teaching. And we need to, this is example, living example. And everyone has your own circle of people that you need to live with, you need to deal with. And why not? You apply this technique, and then everything becomes so meaningful. You see? Mhm. Oh, yes. Okay. So maybe what we do is, maybe I will read this. There's a note. Yes. So the verse 18 to verse 23 is, this teaching emphasize about the natural luminous mind. And this luminous mind comparing to the sun and moon, which is hidden by a cloud. And giving an example of a garment, stained by dirt. Then pure water, beneath the earth. These are the examples. Then stains are, as mentioned before, like desire, hatred, laziness, doubt, and aversion. Agitations. But then you can also use, six delusions, 22nd tree delusions, all this, same. So this will the mind, but do not alter its nature, these delusions. So the key point is wisdom burn the affliction, but not the luminosity. And this is the essence of the teaching that you find in the Panchaparamita Sutra, the Buddha's own word. And this is what Nagarjuna tried to bring it out in his compositions of this, praises to the Dharmadhātu. Okay, so maybe we take a short break for toilet, etc. So maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
So 3:30 we come back. Okay, thank you. You carry on. I will stay here. You just carry on.
Yeah, having to find a place. Yeah.
Would you like me to show you? Yes,
Just at 19.
Yeah. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Gewade Nyudo Da Chere Ziwan Drugyone Dowa Jigya Malib Deye Sala Gwe Barai Sho. Okay, thank you. So now we read through the text. Verse 24 to verse 33, very much describing or giving reasoning that emptiness and Buddha natures are not opposite or not different, rather it's the same. We already mentioned the summary in the beginning, the meaning: emptiness, Dharmadhātu, Dharmakaya, Buddha nature, tathāgata essence, all these are actually same meaning. So verse 24, it says, since Dharmadhātu's not a self, neither woman nor a man free from all that could be grasped. How could it be labeled self? So only on the relative level, there's in Tibetan it's a nice word. I don't know how to say in English properly. Ngowachik la dokpa tate. Ngowachik means one essence. Dokpa tate means like different name. Or in other words, ultimately it's the same entity, but relatively, two defining characteristics. But it's the same. But even earlier, there's certain word emphasized, even relative level, in fact, is the same. By its own intrinsic nature, it's the same. Even in relative level. So just the differences are very much exist circumstantial level, conditional level. So therefore, the true nature, therefore relatively or ultimately, the differences of woman and man, good and bad, happy and unhappy, samsara nirvana, exists merely in name. Nothing exists at all from its own side, even a momentary level, or even in a substantial level at all. You see, so it exists merely in name. So existing merely in name does not lose its existence. In fact, being existent merely in name bring about legitimately existence. It is truthfully existence, not falsely established identities, like such as I, establish the I, like Tenzin Zopa, been established in the false base. It is a false identity. Even when my parents, give me this name, they also give name on the basis of false observation. It's a false base, like the Tenzin Zopa. This name is suitable because it's kind of there's something is there in me, something is there in my aggregates. So given this name, like such as let's say if this happened to be culturally is a male's name, then is because of being a boy, then it's given this name, as if there's substantially there. But if you go to search, not in physical level, not in mental level, that you cannot find at all from his own side to spot, or this is it. This is it, from his own side. So therefore, this name suits to this person. So I usually, in relation to this, I usually says that my continuum, if I reincarnated in London, let's say, in that environment, don't know, never even heard of Tenzin. But in London, the Mr. Bean is very famous, right? So I could have given a name as the Mr. Bean. By now, I may become Mr. Bean. And why not? You see, so it's a proven that it's really there's a what you call the valid base, which can be culture, which can be even this the physical organs, that can be reason to give this particular name. But if you go to search, does this name definitely belong to this person? Because there's something inherently from there. You go and find, you cannot find at all. See? Now you may think, what's a big deal? Finding, not finding. What's a big deal? What's the big deal about this? There is a big deal about this because if not knowing the truth of not having inherently substantially existing from his own side, from the base, and establishing a person, it develops grasping. That's the problem. And that grasping is not a wisdom, it's called grasping of ignorant. That's the problem. And then you may think, what's the big deal of grasping ignorant? What's the big deal? It sounds so easy. Ignorant. What's the big deal? But is it a big deal because grasping ignorant has a problem? It will produce delusions. That's the problem. Then you say, produce. You say, why I need to squeeze my brain? It's produce. But you cannot say produce because there's a big problem. What is the problem? Because the delusion produces suffering. Now comes the suffering you don't want. Suffering is something that it is the inner voice. It is a voice in forever, all the time. Even when you are in the womb, your inner voice is, I do not want suffering. I do not want to experience suffering. Whether you say in language or not, that's for sure. Whether you express in language or not, I only want happiness. Even when we lose control of our mind also, what you want is happiness. You don't want suffering. So now sufferings are a result of delusion. So therefore, we cannot afford to have delusion. So if you do not want delusion, then you need to purify ignorance. No choice. So if you need to purify, if you need to get rid of ignorance, then you need to realize wisdom. That's the only way. So you see, so everything, it makes sense, right? Logically. So like that. But it's so true, really, sometimes we feel like so much of grasping to things, and sometimes, all the time actually, quite miserable. That bondage is miserable, whether it's good or bad, It's good is miserable of not getting it. If it's bad, it's miserable of not going away. This is the problem of grasping. And all comes because of not realizing ultimate truth. So therefore, everything, the false started with establishing false I. Then after that, it just lead to a false mind. First you establish false I, then my liking, my disliking, my wanting, my not wanting. You see, from that, an entire mess of samsara is produced. So therefore, if you manage to eliminate the self-grasping, then that's called nirvana. That's what Nagarjuna described in all many scriptures. The nirvana is nothing other than overcoming self-grasping ignorant, like that. Also, verse 25. In all the dharma that's without desire, you see neither woman nor man. Man and woman are just thought for guiding those plagued by desire. Yeah. So confusion, all these differentiations. You see, even bringing about these two different kind of relatively so-called samsaric person as a male, female is all deeds of desire. Then rest of whatever inconvenience that we may experience, also because of desire. So desire, the desire is grasping is the one, Then verse 26 is the impermanence, sufferings, and empty. These three, they purify the mind. The Dharma purify the mind. The best is the lack of any nature. So impermanent. So impermanent purify, one of the basic reasons to develop the grasping of inherent existent or substantial existent. What is that? Permanent grasping. Permanent grasping, towards the identity, towards the basis of the identity, and towards the life. In fact, the nature of life, nature of the name, the nature of identity, nature of the base, the body, everything lies in the impermanent nature. So when you start to realize the basic wisdom towards emptiness is to start with realizing impermanent nature. By realizing that, already losing the grief of hallucinations, then you can slowly get to real knowledge of what means lacking of true existent, lacking of inherent existent, So there's a gradual process. So first thing is, to realize impermanent. Impermanent also first realize from the gross, then to the subtle. Subtle impermanent. The subtlest impermanent is very much realizing the true nature in relation to a self. You see, so first, we look at our just a period of life. We have been, child, then, young adults, then adult, now old age. Many of you are not read, but I'm old age. So you see, but we don't realize, I literally don't realize. I cannot get over of I'm still thinking I'm 20 years old, Even though body is already manifesting old age, but my mind is just don't getting over that I'm still 20 years old. And because of that, actually, I was taught one big lesson. So one time I was, I got a chance to do gardening. So there's one plant, something quite big root. So I behaved like I'm 20 years old, like that, and which I used to do, and I was okay. And it cracked my back. I collapsed there. So even with that also, I still cannot get rid of my 20 years old. So you see, so I just try to, okay, now better listen, listen to your body. You are no more 20 years old, you're old man, Yeah, but then the imprint is so strong, the ignorance is so strong. After you recover, then you still go back 20 years. No, I'm still 20 years old. I think And you will continue to behave like that, think like that until like the death is next moment there, like that, you see. So it is a huge hallucination. So sometimes wonderful when someone tells you, oh, Geshe-la, last year you have no white hair. This year you have so many white hairs. And then say, oh, thank you very much. So, but so if from the point of view of Dharma, then thank you very much. Otherwise, you'll be offended, right? I said, last year you have just, I didn't see any wrinkles on you. But this year, so much wrinkles. Well, actually, it's a great reminder, right? I mean, normally, like people say you're old, it's offensive. But from Dharma point of view, the moment someone say you're old, it's actually very good. Thank you. You see? So how is it how Dharma can change things, You see? Yeah. So I thought our brother going to say, yeah, you really look old, you I said, "What?" Anyway, like that. Then suffering, you see? Suffering. The nature is suffering, but we don't realize it. Pleasurable. All the sensual, pleasures we regard as happiness. You see, one of the big problem actually is a suffering of change, right? Yeah. Like healthy body is actually we are going through the process of suffering of change. You see, morning we are hungry, and then we are so excited about the lunch, get to eat lunch. Actually, we are experiencing suffering of change, And we did feel, after lunch, if those of you who eat so much, you had a quite hard time doing the teaching, falling asleep. It's not nice, So anyway, but then worse than that, there are so many other things, the sensually. So this is a problem, big problem, you see. So we, really to like have a genuine, like really to make us enter into a path, not just recognizing the suffering of pain as a suffering, and not just recognizing suffering of change as a suffering. They say we need to recognize pervasive, compounded, aggregate as a suffering. You see, when we are healthy and we still manage to see that I'm in suffering. There's nothing to be attached because it's nature of suffering. Then it's good. And when you reflect that renunciation to rest of the others, you see the sameness. The person who's going through suffering of wound and person who's going through, person who is like jumping and like celebrating and happy, and you manage to see sameness. That sameness in the samsaric experience, the suffering, then you say you manage to really kind of start to see the Dharma. You start to express genuine renunciation, and it's hard, right? When people are happy, how to think that they are suffering, right? And this is a big training. When we go around, it's like see sameness, happy, unhappy people, all young, everybody see they are all in the bondage of karma and delusion. That's why they're samsara, they're in samsara. That need to be realized. It's talking about that, you see. Then we need to have the mindfulness of seeing everything is no self, empty, which is even harder, you see. So that's why we need to turn away from the four false thought, or we need to realize the flow of the four wrong perceptions. The four wrong perceptions, the wrong perceptions of nature is impermanent, but seeing as permanent. nature is suffering, but seeing as a happiness. Nature is Karsa. So nature is no self, but then grasping as a self. So nature is empty of inherent, but then grasping as a inherently existent. So there are few ways of emphasizing this. One is the four seals of Dharma. So when you adorn your awareness with the four seals of Dharma, then there's no leakage in your training on the path, becoming wholly Dharma. Everything becomes pure Dharma. So all functioning phenomena, always having the idea, anything that is conditional or anything that is functioning, is understand or see them as impermanent. Then whatever is contaminated, whatever is production of karma and delusion, is everything understood equally as a suffering. Then every phenomena, is a selfless. Then the freedom, freedom from the ignorant, arriving to the absolute wisdom of emptiness is the nirvana, which regarded as a nirvana is a peace, true happiness. So then that purifies our mind, because whatever wisdom, whatever practice we do on the basis of that, then everything become a direct antidote to purify the mind, The Dharma purify the mind. The best is the lack of any nature. So the direct antidote is wisdom of emptiness, which is like it says, like one medicine can cure all the diseases. So the Dharma, which is the wisdom of emptiness, eradicate entire flaws, entire limitations. So verse 27 is the lack of in a pregnant woman's womb, a child exists, but it is not seen. Just so, Dharmadhātu is not seen when it is covered by afflictions. Verse 28, through conceptions of a self and the mind, I and mine, discriminations of names and reasons, then, ours, theirs, you, me, good, bad, everything comes because of everything started with the conceptions of self. Otherwise, you see everything in one taste. Even in the relative level, when you have this understanding of the emptiness nature, literally, you're able to see entire humanity as a one family. Not a stranger, not an enemy, one family. Like, what His Holiness always emphasized. I see whole humanity as one family. Yes, bodhicitta is a reason, but bodhicitta backed up by logic. The logic is interdependent existence, or the logic of emptiness, the interconnectivityness, which is also called interdependent existent. Okay, yes. The four conceptions, you see, the true conceptions of a self and the mind, discriminations of names and reasons, the four conceptions will arise based on the element and their outcome. Four conceptions. This is four wrong conceptions, as mentioned before. Tsang, de, tak, dak, she, tsang, de, tak, dak. Tsang, to the impure, you regard as a pure. To the suffering, you regard as a happiness. Tsang de tak. To the impermanent, you regard as a permanent. Dak is no self, but then regard as a self. These are 4 misconceptions, misperceptions, or wrong views. Then verse 29, even the Buddha's aspirations, prayers lack appearances and characteristics from his own side. Immersed in their very own awareness, Buddha have the nature of permanent. Immersed in their very own awareness, Buddha have the nature of permanence. Here is nature of permanence is referring to the Dharmakaya nature, the wisdom, which is ultimate, talking about ultimate. So in Buddha's appearance, everything see in the view of emptiness. So in emptiness, everything is pure. In the view of the Buddha's purified mind, everything is perfection, everything is pure. So in Buddha's mind, no two different things, samsara, nirvana, enlightened being and unenlightened samsaric being. In Buddha's eye, all of us, see as a Buddha. See in Buddha. The places, this house, see as a enlightened celestial. You see, but that doesn't makes that samsara do not exist. Samsara exists to the Buddha. Sentient being exists to the Buddha. Therefore, Buddha works for sentient being. But in Buddha's eye, since everything is the qualities of your mind, Buddha's mind is purified. Everything is purified, and we too able to, and that is the evidence that we too can experience Buddhahood right in your palm, right in this present moment, if your mind is purified. You see. So then verse 30 says, any horns there on the rabbit head are just imagined and do not exist. Just so all phenomena as well are just imagined and do not exist. So like that. That's why, as mentioned before, the Pasangika's view, all ordinary minds are false. It's very much, rabbit have no horn, and we believe rabbit had horn. And, like that, So then verse 31, also the horns of the ox do not exist. You see, this is a very kind of like tricky way. As having the nature of particle, just as before, so it is after what to be imagined there. But ox has horn. Rabbit has no horn. You see, but actually, it's almost the same. You see, rabbit has no horn. Rabbit has no horn. But if you perceive as there's a horn, it's of course, both relatively, ultimately is false. Conventionally also false, because rabbit has no horn. But even the conventional level, ox has a horn. But if you go to search the horn on the ox, actually you cannot find horn. It's really no different than as an unable to find horn on the rabbit. It makes sense, right? Yeah. So then verse 32, since things independently originated and independent to dependence too will cease. If not even one of them exists, how can fools imagine them? Verse 33, how the dharmas of the Sugata are established as the very middle is through the ox and the rabbit horn example. So, so this is very much verse 24 and 33 is like emphasis of the emptiness, Buddha nature are not opposite, it's the same. It is a very like a very important statement of the or the establishment of the philosophical, philosophical presentation on the emptiness view. So like such, Dharmadhātu is not a self. Dharmadhātu or the self is neither male or female. It is beyond all conceptual fabrications. The Dharmadhātu is beyond the conceptual fabrications, like that. So the Dharmadhātu is not some internal, kind of entity, eternal kind of substantial entity, something that hidden inside beings. There's no internal substantial entity from its own side. It is the emptiness of all phenomena. It's all pervasive. So from there, then you can understand the harmony between Buddha nature with the Dharmakaya, rather than contradicting it, like that. So I think, yeah. So maybe I would just, so verse 38 to 45, describing the six consciousness, describe the six consciousness as the doorway to reality. So six consciousness, doorway to reality, doorway to truth, as well as also the doorway to false. So in dependence upon the eyes and the form, appearance without a stain occurs from being unborn and unceasing. The Dharmadhātu will be known. In dependence upon sound and the ear, pure consciousness comes forth. All three Dharmadhātu without sign. Link with the thought, this will be hearing. Smelling in dependence upon the nose and the smell is an example for the lack of form. Likewise, it is the nose consciousness that conceptually, Dharmadhātu. The nature of the tongue is emptiness, and the dhatu of the taste is void. And the being of Dharmadhātu's nature, consciousness is non-abiding. Verse 42. From the nature of the body pure and the characteristic of the tangible conditions, what is free from such condition is to be expressed as a Dharmadhātu. Verse 43. One's conception and its conceptions are relinquished with regard to a phenomena whose principle is mind. It is the very lack of the nature of the phenomena that you should cultivate as a Dharmadhātu. Verse 44. What you see and hear and smell, what you taste and touch phenomena as well, once yogins realize them in this way, the characteristics are complete. Eyes and ears and also nose, tongue and the body and the mind as well, the six ayatanas fully pure. This is true reality's own mark. Yeah, so this is the sixth consciousness as the doorway to reality. What kind of reality you want to actualize is through the six consciousness. So the like what kind of form that you want to experience, like eye to the form, what kind of experiences you want to experience in relation between the consciousness and its object. Like eye to the form, ear to the sound, nose to the smell, tongue and the taste, body and the touch, mind and the mental object. For sentient being, then this produce dualistic perceptions. For a yogin, however, this very experience reveals Dharmadhātu. You see, so for unpurified mind, then we see dualistically all these objects. When eye opens, what do you see? Dualistic. You see samsara. For the yogics, for the Buddhas, when they see object, they see celestial form. Like taste. For us, just a taste, good or bad. that also, very much hallucinational way. For Buddhas, they taste non-dual bliss, non-dual bliss like that, So nothing need to be abandoned externally. It's not a problem of something wrong externally. Reality is recognized through the very appearance that previously sustained delusion. So it's very much the delusional pattern is the one expressing, how you experience the world, you see. So, so, there's a philosophical debate, like, say the liquid or the moist, moist or the liquid, the cup of liquid viewed simultaneously by three beings, and all the experiences are relatively established, validly. Like this cup of water, for human like us, see pure water, drinkable water, and it is water there. And you experience water. You don't experience nectar. But simultaneously to the same object, when the Buddhas perceive a Buddha is consuming this liquid, they see nectar, immortal nectar, and they experience bliss, nectar. For a preta, they see blood and pus. They don't see water, they don't see nectar. And they drink blood and pus. And they're literally drinking blood and pus. But same object, the same molecule, but three different. And that shows that it's totally, it's this experience of, your own quality of perception, or in other words, karma. You see. So this also actually very good object of a debate, how this possible, is to discuss. So therefore, good and bad is truly is your mind, you see. So now we know this. Now we learn this. Now we need to work it out. We need to get reminded. Any experiences, don't make a judgment of the situation. Don't make the judgment of, the object. You have to work it out within. So now you see, we apply in our relationships, right? Relationship with anything, you need to you work it out within. We cannot wait others to change for you. If you feel someone is difficult to you, you need to change. If you want someone to behave this way, you cannot change them. You need to change the way how you want to experience. So you see, so it's very practical. It's really, really meaningful, really meaningful. You see. So now verse 46 to 49. It's very much describing, how samsara and nirvana came to existence. So actually this summarizes the entire text. This, from verse 46 to 49 is very much summary. So it says, verse 46, it says, mind as such is seen as true, worldly and beyond worldly, clinging to it as a self, it is samsara. In your very own awareness, true reality, So then verse 47, since desire is extinguished, it is nirvana. Hatred and ignorance are extinguished too. Since this have ceased, it is Buddhahood itself, the very refuge for all beings. You see? So we're talking about inner refuge, Your own wisdom of Dharmakaya is the ultimate refuge. So verse 48, due to realization and its lack, all is in this very body. Through our own conception, we are bound. But when knowing our nature, we are free. Verse 49, enlightenment is neither far nor near, and neither does it come nor go. It is whether it is seen or not, right in the midst of our afflictions. So this verse summarized the entire text. The mind as such is seen as true, worldly and beyond the worldly. It's all qualities of your mind. When mind is grasped as I, it is samsara. When mind knows it is nature, it is true reality. So enlightenment, this statement, enlightenment is neither far nor near. This means enlightenment is not elsewhere. Enlightenment is not produced later. Enlightenment is recognized when obscuration is dissolved. Enlightenment is recognized when obscuration is dissolved. So it's very much like we need to just purify the delusions, ignorance. There's nothing we need to go and do other ways. So the entire understanding very much rests on this single understanding. The Dharmadhātu is present from the beginning, unstained and unborn. Affliction do not alter it, they only conceal it. Through wisdom and bodhisattva's practice, these obscurations are removed, revealing the Dhammakaya that was always present. Okay, I'll stop here. So I think then from tomorrow, half of the text we have to go for tomorrow, verse 50 to verse 101 tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we do the short dedication. You can also do this verse second, one verse. This summarize the whole prayer, and of course, sometimes you can do the whole thing. But it's second verse. It says, holding and spreading the Muni's precious and complete teachings through explanation and practice, you are the armor of patience that is never discouraged. Incompatible Venerable Guru, to you I make request. Then also dedicate for long life of His Holiness and all your spiritual gurus. Kari Ravi Kove Shingamde, Pendandewa, Mali Chungwene, Chere Sewan Tenzin, Shabe Sede Badu Denjuru, dedicated bodhicitta and emptiness. Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Maje Panam Jejuchi, Jawa Nyamba Meba, Koni Gondo Pewara Sho, Tony Tawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Jejuchi, Jawa Nyamba Meba, Koni Gondo Pewara Sho. Okay, thank you. So I took 15 minutes of yours. My apology. Okay, thank you.